Hello everyone, how are we doing? Welcome in chat. Happy weekend, happy Saturday. Welcome. How are you guys doing? Ash, Ember, Kay, welcome in. Hope you guys are doing good. Kay, enjoy your day off. Nice. Get that rest, you deserve it. But how's everyone doing today? Happy Saturday. Hope everyone's Saturday's good so far. I want to say one thing quickly. It's not that hot today. It's not that hot, so it's not too heat wave hell. Although I'm a little bit afraid for next week because apparently next week could still be kind of hot. Yeah. Hold on, let me check. Also, I am going to be closing my windows and stuff and like closing my curtains because I want to feel in the vibe today for horror. So my room could actually get warm as time goes by. Actually, wait, no. Yeah, like next week, wow, 29. That's still, that's okay. But how are you guys doing? Good watching Ash's stream for a bit? Ah, yes. It is, Ash's 3-year anniversary? If stream goes for this long, and if Ash is still around streaming, yeah, I'll definitely be raiding into him today. Definitely. Hope that's going well. Hope you're enjoying that. A quick announcement I want to say. First of all, I'm going to do this again since, why not? It literally came out yesterday. I have some quick things I want to say quickly. You know I want to say it quickly since I said quickly twice. Let me pull it up. Pause it so I don't hear my voice. Thank goodness. Okay. Oh god, can I type with my keyboard dark? New SCP video is out. Released yesterday. Go Atch. Oh my goodness. Watch. Thank you. There we go. Type. Thank you. New SCP video came out yesterday. For 3001, SCP-3001. Truly heartbreaking story. Dr. Scranton. Oh, Dr. Scranton. But that's available. It came out yesterday. Do give it a watch. And I hope you guys enjoyed that one. It would mean a lot if you give it a watch. That's one. Secondly, and I did this announcement in the Discord today. But we're going to be doing an analog horror reaction stream on Monday. And we're going to be reacting to, drumroll please, the Avarian Show! The series that I'm voice acting in. We're finally going to be reacting to that on stream on Monday. You guys will hear my voice, because literally the first thing we look at... Thank you. Yes. Literally, the first video we look at will have my voice in it. I don't know where else my voice is afterwards. I don't know. We'll have to find out. But we're going to be doing that on Monday. We're going to be looking at all of the videos, hopefully on that one stream. And then I'm thinking for a separate stream, we're going to then look at their ARG website. So they actually have their very own website as well. And you guys, I think you guys will like it. When it comes to ARGs and when it comes to websites, I think there's a lot of potential in that for like mystery and stuff. So they have a website as well. So we'll be looking at both of those things, either on that stream on Monday or the very next day on Tuesday. We look into the website. So we're going to be doing some ARG analog horror stuff this coming week, which is, you know, something I don't usually do. I'd say the last time I ever looked into an ARG was probably Rome0120.exe, if you guys know what that is. Which, holy shit, if you guys didn't know, on my YouTube, that is my highest viewed video at, I think, 3.7k views. Shit's wild. I'd say technically that was the last time I looked at an ARG on stream. It was back in back in October last year. I guess you could say the crawling video game that we played once, which is also on YouTube. The crawling game, the one where you take pictures and there's like a creepy dog and weird stuff. That was sort of ARG vibed as well, but I wouldn't say that's a proper ARG. So we don't usually go into stuff like that often on stream. So it's going to be very interesting. I am going to be also making a video on it. So for those of you who can't make it for the whole stream, or if you miss it out, I am going to be working on a video for that, both for the series as well as on YouTube, but also when we go into looking at the website. So I'm really excited for that, and I hope you guys are excited for that too and can make it for that. It would mean a lot. Again, it is it is a series that I am actually voice acting in. It is the first time I've ever voice acted in, so it kind of means a lot to me. And I'm also in contact regularly with the creator for it as well, which I'm very grateful for. He's a very nice guy, and he's been through a lot to make the series that he has made. I think they recently... Oh my god, how many subs are they on YouTube now? I think they're at like 10k plus, or maybe even higher. If you guys haven't subbed to them yet, you should definitely do so. Oh god, where is it? Where are you? $8.32k. Yes, definitely go sub to them. Show some support. In the Discord I did the announcement, and I also put the YouTube and website link there as well, if you guys want to, you know, get ahead of me and like look into it for yourselves first before my stream on it on Monday. So yeah, go be aware of that. That's gonna happen. Oh, welcome in, Astro. Hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday to you. Hope all is good. We're just talking about how on Monday we're going to be looking at the Avarian show. Finally, we're going to be reacting to that. But yeah, that's going to be on Monday. Today we're doing it. Tomorrow obviously is Sunday. Tomorrow we're going to do SCP Sundays. But today, if you guys can tell from the title, we are going to be looking at... we're going to be continuing our story playthrough of Silent Hill 4. I'm in the Silent Hill mood now, so we're going to be looking at Silent Hill 4, continuing our story playthrough of that. Which, by the way, the VODs of those are up. Part 1 is up. Part 2 is currently being uploaded onto the YouTube on the VOD channel. So if you need like background and backstory and a recap for everything, the VODs are available. Obviously I will recap when we get into it though as well. But yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. All I will say is that, you know, get your Silent Hill caps on, get your brains, you know, ready and charged up for this stuff. So, because of course, and especially when it comes to Silent Hill 4, if you've already seen my VODs for it, you guys know that there's a lot to talk about. There's a ton of stuff to talk about, and especially last stream, a lot of stuff got revealed in the story. Again, I would say Silent Hill 4 story is truly underrated. It's a very good horror game. It's only like downfall is its mechanics and its gameplay, especially at the second half, which we're not there yet, but we will get there. For Sunday, I think I already put it in the channel. Can you go over 106 first? I went looking into that stuff, and from what I found, it ties into the last one you did. Wait, it ties into 3001? Wait, really? Have you pinned that? Not pinned, sorry. Have you... Whoa. Wait, it's... Oh, this is different. Wait. Why do I feel like I know what 106 could be? Apparently ties in. It apparently ties into it? On the SCP-3001 entry, there's no other links to other SCPs. It mentions another SCP. It mentions like a spider reality bending SCP. But other than that, I don't think it mentions anything else. Unless on 106 you're saying that it links to... Okay, we'll look into that then. But isn't... Why do I feel like I already know what 106 could be as well? Unless I'm thinking about a different one. Wait, no, okay, no, I don't know what this one is. Never mind. Yeah, this is... Okay, okay. Perfect. There's a different wiki that has it mentioned. I don't remember the site. Oh, you may have looked at the fandom wiki then. It's not canon, but I love... To be fair, Ember, the whole SCP wiki is non-canon. They've even said it in their website. There are allowed to be certain discrepancies and stuff. So, it's not about canon-wise, it's just about, like... Is there really a link based on the actual SCP wiki or something? But I can definitely look into that. Don't worry. I'll definitely do that one first then tomorrow. Because I know there is, obviously, the SCP wiki, the official one. But then, there is also the fandom wiki, which is basically, literally, the fandom wiki is for literally everything in existence. There's fandom wikis for a lot of things. So, it may be from there, and I'm not usually taking stuff from that because I feel like that's more fanny, CAD canon sort of stuff. That's why I kind of refer to the actual main wiki. But we can still look into it. There could be, since you're saying that a lot of people think that there is a mention, a reference or a link to it, I could go into that as well. Definitely. And who knows, it may be an interesting one. Who knows? It's been years since I looked into this enough. Nah, don't worry. Honestly, same. That's why I'm slowly getting back into this as well. Yeah. Right. I think that's enough yapping out of the way. I think what we're going to do, we're going to go straight into it. Okay? I have to do my recap, which God knows how well that's going to go. You guys know I suck at recaps, okay? Right. First of all, I need to put my controller on. My controller. Also, you know, I have been thinking recently, and it's in my title today, but I really do think that classic retro horror really does hit different compared to what we see nowadays. It hits differently, okay? And I'm saying that as someone who has not grown up from retro horror. I'm not someone who grew up on that stuff. I'm more of an observer of that stuff from the past. But I will still say that I think retro horror like really classic horror, the PS2 styled horror games, the ones with fixed camera angles, I think they hit very differently. And I think more people, especially as more people get into horror these days, because let's be honest, I think I think horror has become a very big medium in art, I guess, in the last, I don't know, decade. I think, and I don't think a lot of people appreciate classic horror. For example, Silent Hill games. Also, I'm just lost on trying to find my thing. Okay, there we go. I don't think a lot of people, know about classic horror games. Especially since, like, we have a lot of horror games which are now modernized or remakes of stuff. People don't know the origin of things. I don't know, I don't know what you guys think about that topic. Or, like, discussion. I think it's definitely a discussion point. Okay, music off. We're starting the game. If you can see the game. You can't see the game. There we go. There we go. Like, I don't know why, but this main menu for Silent Hill 4, you hear this really interesting guitar playing, and then you just have this creepy ghost-like ambience in the background. I don't know. I will always say this, but I think I'm a huge fan of old horror stuff in general, in my opinion. I don't know what anyone else thinks, I know a lot of people are into, I don't know, the jump scare type horror, or another genre that's gotten popular recently, mascot horror. But I feel like, I hope people appreciate these sorts of horror games more, the classic horror games. And I guess, my role of doing playthroughs like these where I go over games like Silent Hill 4, is a way for me to, I hope, educate people. I'm a nerd when it comes to Silent Hill, obviously. So this is my way to educate anyone who doesn't know about these, because I'm going to be honest. If you were to ask any horror fan, hey, what do you know more about, Resident Evil or Silent Hill? I bet you 80% of people are going to say Resident Evil. Also, no worries, that's true. 80% of people are going to say they know more about Resident Evil than Silent Hill. Now, of course, there's many reasons to that. One, Resident Evil is a much more successful franchise because they keep making games that appeal to a lot of people, and they make games that are, I guess, good, and they continue the storyline, and try to connect lore in place. The problem with Silent Hill is that, for example, this game that we're playing, Silent Hill 4, is the last Silent Hill game made by the original dev team. Because every other Silent Hill game afterwards was made by outsourced game companies who don't know the concept of Silent Hill and try to make their own version of what Silent Hill is about, which is wrong. And also why the I'm going to call them American Silent Hill games because, I don't know, they got westernized. That's why the later Silent Hill games, I haven't played those, but I have heard, and I may agree with them, that, yeah, they are kind of shit. And nobody talks about those games. Like, have you ever heard of Silent Hill Origins, or Silent Hill Shattered Memories, or Silent Hill Homecoming? No, you haven't. So, but these games matter a lot because I would say that they introduce a lot of stuff and things that have inspired a lot of, indie devs to make psychological horror games, or, old horror games have played a huge part in how horror games are like now, if that makes any sense. I've just always had that feeling, and I always like to talk about it with people because I want to hear people's views on horror because a lot of people, I don't know. I think a lot of people want action in their horror games. That's why lots of people like Resident Evil. I'm a different story. I don't think action and horror are that well meshed. I don't think action makes a good horror movie. Not horror movie, horror game. It loses the horror aspect, which is why I've always been 50-50 when it comes to Resident Evil games. But of course, this year I did play RE9 and I kind of enjoyed it. There were obviously still parts that I hated. Thank you, Leon, Kennedy, and Raccoon City's return. That section was abysmal for me. So, it's just one of those things which I think is very important to discuss. And obviously, I'd love to hear your guys' opinions on the matter. Jump scares get kind of boring after a while. Yep, I agree. And there are too many horror games that emphasize the jump scare aspect. And I think they're kind of shit. I think that it's gotten too much now. I think I am so anti jump scare horror. It's very good at getting me. You guys have seen me play indie horror games, and you know how much I get terrified of them. But they do get annoying, and I hate it when games overdo it sometimes. There are games out there that overdo it. Some do it well, but anything used too much is boring. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say too. Some do it well. Do you have an example of one, Ember? Because I can't think of an example of one. I don't know. Silent Hill games do have jump scares, but they do it in a different way where they sort of either don't have them at all, or they do it once in the whole game. Or like space it out, I would say in Silent Hill 4, literally as soon as you start moving your character, you get a jump scare because you hear someone scream. If you remember at the beginning of this playthrough, literally when let me try to retrace my steps. Okay, so this is going to be part of our recap anyway. But remember at the start of the game, chat, when we were waking up through the eyes of the old owner of this room, room 302, when we were in that nightmare, we woke up, we moved here, right? Because also someone's knocking on my door. Holy shit, who's knocking? We moved. Someone's knocking on my door. What the fuck? Hold up. We moved here, and then we immediately heard a scream. I would say that's a jump scare, because that actually did get me too. Like, literally, they started off with one. Also, who is knocking on my door? Wait, I'm kind of scared. Better check on your neighbor soon. With that, I think it's time to start our recap. Okay, so I'm going to try to do this as quickly and as best as I can. We are playing as Henry Townsend. We are in room 302. And for the past few days, Henry has been having nightmares and sees visions of things, as well as also being locked from the inside of his room. He cannot escape his room, and no one in the outside can contact him or enter his room either. There is no way to enter. We have windows, we can't even leave the windows. The windows are barged shut. I can't open the window. Up until a few days ago, it was no problem. Ever since I started having those nightmares. So we are just completely isolated from the outside world and trapped in our room. A lot of weird stuff has also been happening. A lot of the power is being weird. Like sometimes the TV goes on without ever being turned on. We're getting a lot of weird notes. And then we also have this message here. We'll get to the handprints. We also have this message here that says, "Don't go out, Walter." So a lot of weird stuff has been happening. On top of that, the biggest thing that happened, also, sometimes there's screen tear. Do you see that? Also, another thing that's been happening is that we got a hole in our frickin' bathroom. And when we go to these holes, chat, we go to different worlds. Worlds which are made up of someone, which I'll get to in a minute. But we go to these worlds, in these special worlds, which are invented by someone's mind from their manifestations and their memories. We go to these worlds, we also find people in those worlds. Those people die in those worlds. It's happened 3 times now. And when they die, they become ghosts. And we've seen those ghosts as well. And last stream, we found out that this is all part of a ritual. A ritual that is being conducted by a person called... Not that note. Not that note. By a ritual from Walter Sullivan. Okay, so this is actually someone that's named in another Silent Hill game called Silent Hill 2 in a note. But Walter Sullivan is by far the most important character in this game. In fact, Silent Hill 4, we're playing as Henry, but in actuality, this game is mostly about this person, this individual, Walter Sullivan. Walter Sullivan was an orphan in Silent Hill who was raised in an orphanage called Wish House. And this orphanage was run by the cult of Silent Hill, known as the Order, which is, of course, part of the, it's part of the big lore and story of Silent Hill, is that there is a cult in that town, which has done stuff and rituals and stuff and so on, and cult activities, the regular stuff. So Walter was indoctrinated as a child, okay, as an orphaned child, into the teachings of the cult. And because of those teachings, Walter is doing a ritual called Ritual of the Holy Assumption, whereby, and this is actually in one of the notes at the beginning, where is it? Here. Where he has to supposedly kill 10 people and then kill more people afterwards, and he has to do 21 kills. It's also known as well as the 21 Sacraments. And speaking of the kills, that is also something we see on our peephole. So you see these handprints, chat? When we started this game, there were 15 handprints. But after every time we've gone to a world, aka Walter's world, those worlds that we've gone to, that you've seen in previous playthroughs, previous parts of this playthrough, have been worlds which have been made by Walter's mind. Bro has god powers, he can literally make a world. But every time we go to those worlds, we see people and they die. And this has now happened 3 times. So this was a new handprint first, 16, 17, 18. Each victim has like numbers written on them, which you can see here. Hold on, in that diary entry again. Again, this game has a lot of diary entries to sort of tell the story. So this is how those numbers would be written. So 01121, 02121. The one in the middle of these numbers, chat, represent a slash. So it's 1 out of 21, 10 out of 21. So Walter needs to kill 21 people for his ritual. And each person that dies represents some part or aspect or sort of idea as part of the ritual. And in this game, we've had 3 more people die. At the beginning in Subway World, we had Cynthia die. In the Forest World, which is made up of Walter's memories of the orphanage, because we actually see that orphanage in that forest, which is based on Walter's memories. That is another world. Jasper Gain died in that one. He was the guy that got burned alive. And then at the end of last stream when we played this, we went to the water prison tower, which in Walter's mind, which again is made up of Walter's mind, that water prison is a real place in Walter's life and in his memories, whereby when he was in the orphanage, he would be imprisoned in that place and they would keep children in that prison. And sometimes those children would die because no one would care about them. That's the last place we went to, and Andrew DeSalvo was the person who died there, who rightfully deserved to die. He was someone who let this brutality happen to the kids in the cult, in the orphanage. So he's the last person who died. So he is the last handprint added. And he is 18 out of 21. So that's his handprint right there. By the way, we're the only one who sees this. No one in the outside world, outside of this door, sees these handprints. Only we do. So he's the last person who died. So 18 people have now died in this ritual, which means 19, 20, 21. There are 3 people left that need to go for Walter to complete his ritual. Okay? Who do you think the next 3 people are? We just got a message on our door earlier that said you better go check in your you should better go check your neighbor. Well, we can actually do that. Eileen is sleeping, I think. For context too, the previous owner who lived in this home, or in this room, who, by the way, those notes that we've been reading, the red ones, not that one, the diary entries that we've been reading, so the red diaries, where we've gotten most of the information for, that is confirmed to be written by the previous owner that we saw through the beginning of the game in that nightmare sequence. So that also suggests that the previous owner also had some problems in this room, and that they may have also had to go through what Henry's having to go through as well. Which then begs the question, what happened to the previous owner? Did they actually die in the end of this? What happened? This was their way to try and maybe get through to Eileen's room and maybe escape another way, but also to maybe warn Eileen about this stuff going on. Because let's be honest, if weird, creepy shit happened in this room and, you know, there's another person living right next to you, chances are it's gonna affect them as well, you know? So it kind of makes sense that, you know, you'd want to warn them about this. Who knows, maybe they're the next person. Also, welcome in, Art Kid. Baba Booey. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Also, my room is getting hot now. This is awful. Hold up. I need my fan. Okay. Hope you're doing well, Art Kid. We're continuing our Silent Hill 4 story playthrough right now, and you just missed my recap. But I hope you're doing well. Also, Ember, don't worry. Enjoy your food. But yeah, that's the recap done. 18 people have now died in the ritual. Things are heating up, a lot of info has been made. And we are still trapped in our room. And it's also getting, like, sunsetty. So on the Discord, we are going to watch the Orion show, so I'm hyped. Yes, we talked about that at the start of stream today as well. Yeah, Monday. Monday, we're going to look into that. There's a whole series, and there's a website, so maybe even 2 streams for that. Because on the separate stream, we may look at the website. Right. Again, for those of you who may not know what's going on, there are the VODs. If you are interested to want to see the VODs, there are the VODs available for this playthrough that we've been doing. Otherwise, long story short, we're trapped. We need to get out. Crazy worlds, people dying, ritual, Walter Sullivan. There we go. 6 words summary. Hopefully I'll be there. Don't worry if you can't. I did say as well that I will be making obviously the VOD will be available, but I will also be doing a video on it. Yeah. That's why I kind of also just did an announcement so that people are aware that that's going to happen. Because I would say it's a pretty special occasion since, you know, it's the first time I'm reacting to an analog horror on stream. I don't do that sort of stuff. And it's also a series that I voice act in. So it's a big thing. And I want to do it. So should be fun. Right. Also, our bathroom is bloodied. Blood. It's stained with blood. It smells horrible. Just like that water-filled room under the cylindrical prison. Again, that's where we last were. Also, I need to move this. I just realized this is too big. Hold up. There we go. I'm gonna move that this way. Yeah, so you guys get to see more of the screen. Okay. Hope the volume's okay. Again, pump that atmospheric volume up. This is Silent Hill. This is not any other horror game. Atmosphere plays a huge part. Also, another thing, every time we've been going to these worlds, this hole has gotten bigger. And you can also hear this really creepy crying sound now. Ew, it's so eerie, isn't it? But let's see where we're gonna go to next. The hole's even bigger now. There's a lot of noise coming from the inside of the hole. Will you go in? Actually, wait, I need to check, what items do I have? Again, this game has item management, which is not a common thing in Silent Hill games. This game does it first. What are my items? Oh yeah, another thing too, chat. Every time someone has died in these worlds, we've also gotten these placards from them, which again represent stuff related to the 21 Sacraments and the ritual that Walter Sullivan is doing. So Andrew DeSalvo represents watchfulness. So we're going to put that in. We don't need that now. We will be using those placards for later, but not for now. Also, I'm actually going to use my gun. So I'm going to get... I have some bullets that I could use. I have so many bullets. That should do. Okay. So if we go by the scripture that we got from Forest World, right? Because again, this scrap of paper we got here. This is the ritual that Walter is doing. Okay, we got this from Forest World inside the orphanage. So let me read this again. The second sign, and God said, offer the blood of the 10 sinners and the white oil. Be then released from the bonds of the flesh, and gain the power of heaven. From the darkness and void bring forth gloom, and gird thyself with despair for the giver of wisdom. Notice again how some of these words mid-sentence are capitalized. These are representative of the parts of this ritual. It's hard to say. It's not themes. It's representations, I guess, of the ritual, or the aspects of the ritual. Darkness, void, gloom, despair. The third sign, and God said, return to the source. Oh my god, I just hiccuped as I spoke. Excuse me. Ouch. Source, this is what Jasper represented in Forest World. The source placard. Return to the source. Through sin's temptation. This one was Cynthia, the first girl that died in this game. Under the watchful eye of the demon. This is Andrew DeSalvo from the end of last stream. We did this. Under the watchful eye of the demon, wander alone in the formless chaos. So chaos, chat, is the next piece that Walter needs to get in this ritual. Chaos is the next one. Only then will the 4 atonements be in alignment. So the next part of the ritual is for Walter at least, is to find and kill the individual that represents chaos. Chaos! Chaos control! This is not Sonic. Sorry. Also, welcome back, Astro. Just in time. We're about to go to a new world. Will you go in? Yes. Also, just as a reminder too, Walter actually killed himself in prison. So he's not alive. Or he shouldn't be alive. Yet, he is still killing people. What is the explanation for that? That's up to you to decide for now. Although I will probably reveal it soon. Right, where are we? Also, I hope the volume's okay. Oh, chat, look! The light! Oh my god, it's blinding! The door to light. Maybe that's our way out of our room, chat. Is to just go into this door of light. And then that's the game over. GG's. End of the game. Have a nice day. Where are we, chat? Right. This is Building World. Do you hear those sounds, by the way? It kind of sounds like animals, doesn't it? Also, Henry is using a broken wine bottle as a weapon. Don't mess with him, chat. Don't mess with me. Hold on, can I hit you with this? Oh, I'm getting closer, chat. I'm getting closer. Hold on, he's coming to you. Watch out. He's gonna get you. He's approaching it. Henry is serious, guys. He's gonna get you. Wait, hold on. No, 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 no. Shh. Camera. Okay, good enough. Whatever. We have a wine bottle as a weapon, okay? But yeah, a lot of animal sounds in this one. Again, some of the sound design options are a little bit weird for this one. It literally sounds like we're in a zoo. Someone's shooting something at the moment. If you hear bullets. What's a car doing here? This does sound like a zoo. I mean, genuinely, it sounds really weird because it sounds like this is a zoo right now. The lock is broken. I can't open the door. Okay. But this is Building World, everyone. And oh my goodness, new enemy. I don't remember what they're called. These things. I think they're like gumhead. Ah, gumheads. That's what they're called. They also sound like monkeys and big cats when you kill them. Be honest, chat. Does this sound really annoying to you right now? These noises, they probably do, don't they? Hold on. Also, you can hear someone shooting. So, there's someone here, like always, in these worlds.
Ouch! Damn it.
How did he survive that fall?
Where the hell am I?
We've met this guy already, by the way. He's our neighbor across our window.
Hey, you're the guy that lives across from me.
Yeah, my name's Henry.
I'm Richard Braintree, from 207.
Damn, not even the shake hand.
What the hell's
Handshake?
happened to us? That hole in this freaky world.
He actually aired him.
If
What the hell?
you're here too, then there must be something wrong with the whole apartment building. That must explain what happened to that other guy too.
What other guy?
The guy who lived in 302 before you. A journalist. He disappeared one day. He got pretty crazy towards the end. Shut himself up in his room and wouldn't come out. Anyway, I'm getting the hell out of here. You should too, if you know what's good for you.
Wait. Watch out for that kid.
So that is Richard Braintree. Hold on. Hold on, I need to kill these guys. What are you talking about? You should be dead. Die. Thank you. And you... I'm gonna shoot you. Gun. Thank you. That's funny, you can still hear the guy. Okay. I need to find a better spot to explain what just happened. Because these noises are definitely going to be annoying to you guys. I know you guys are finding it annoying. And this noise is also not great either. Ugh. Here's another ghost. So again, chat, we've been seeing ghosts in these worlds. And these ghosts also represent people in Walter's ritual that he has killed. So this person we see down here, Walter at some point has killed him as part of the ritual. And again, these ghosts also have lore, which unfortunately you cannot find in the game. They're kind of on external sites. And as you can see, he's actually subdued by something. There's a weird sword stuck in his stomach, and he's holding something in his hand. Do I want to take this? Also, welcome in, Peter. We're just continuing Silent Hill full story playthrough. Hope you're doing well. Hope your sad day is good so far. So we actually got a note from... I guess now I can explain, since it's a little bit less loud with the noises. I guess I could explain now a little bit better, but... So we saw Richard Braintree there. That is our neighbor from our apartment complex, so South Ashfield Heights. That is Richard Braintree. He's the guy who last time when we started this playthrough who jump scared us by putting his head right directly into our people. Sick, but playing games. Well, focus on the games! Also, hello. Ash, you should be playing games. Come on. Focus on your stream. I hope you're doing well. Anyway, I need to focus on this. Yeah, Richard Braintree. He's one of our neighbors in this complex. He is someone who we can see from across our window in our room. And he's now in this world. Now, you guys have seen the trend that every time we have gone into these worlds, there has been a death. All these people die in these worlds. And since Richard is now in here, I think you guys know what's going to happen to him at some point. So that will happen when it happens. But he's now in this place. This is Building World. And Building World is basically a world made up of Walter's memories of South Ashfield Heights. Like the actual area. And the area where this building is. The apartment complex is. And Richard in that cutscene that we saw also mentioned about the previous owner. How they were a journalist who then disappeared. So they're he's referring to the previous owner of the room that we saw through the nightmare at the beginning. And so again, the previous owner of the room that we're in now has a huge thing, or it plays a huge role in the story of this game. They've especially been important in actually providing us with information. We get his red diary entries sometimes after we go through these worlds. He's giving us the lore, basically. So again, it reminds us that, you know, he disappeared, and you could interpret that as maybe either he died through some way, maybe by Walter, because he learnt too much. But one of the red diary entries we got from him mentions about this sword that's inside this guy's chest at the moment. This is the Sword of Obedience. And these swords are basically used to subdue these ghosts. They don't kill the ghosts. They like sort of just keep them stuck. Which can be, in a mechanical point, very useful. Like, mechanics-wise, that's actually a very useful tip. So basically, previous owner guy, he essentially just gave us a game tip via storytelling, which is very cool. Is a very unique, cool way to tell how to do things. This is an important item. I don't know if I want to take it right now, though. Fuck it. I don't know when I'll see this again, so I'll take it. Oh, and this guy also had the ghost key. Never mind. The key that the ghost was holding. But yeah, he also has a sword of obedience. There's a sword stuck in his stomach. I'll take it. Extremely rare sword when used against downed ghosts. It stops them in place. When pulled out, the ghost is revived. So this ghost is now going to start being active, but I'm way quicker than a ghost, let's be honest. Just beat the chumps on Pummel Party. Ooh, hope that's going well. Oh my goodness, I need to hydrate a lot. I'm going to be talking so much. Okay. Right. Right, this guy's going to get active now. Also note, we're in, like, this room with a birthday present. No! You idiot. Also, I'm playing on easy because this game is annoying. Right. This room is very creepy. Building world, this world, chat, is actually very creepy in its imagery. Like, oh god. Oh, you're actually gonna annoy me. Okay, never mind. Look at this imagery. And these sounds. Like, these wall textures are so creepy. Like, what is that? What is this red stuff? Like, what is that on the wall? Is that supposed to be, like, blood? Like, you guys... Building world definitely has that, like, sort of creepiness in its design. It feels like just disturbing. And creepy sounds. Like, what is that? Okay, you know what? I honestly may need to subdue you. Are you serious? No, how do I equip this? No, how do I equip this? No, how do I equip? How do I equip? Is it this? Wait, how do I equip my sword? What? In fact, I can't even change anything right now. Is it because I'm standing on top of him? Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna keep that in place. Yeah. Also, he sounds like he's gargling, and I hate that. Right. At least yeah, ghosts in this game chat have the power to literally, as ghosts are intended to do, go through walls. Which makes them very annoying, actually. I want to be able to explain everything in peace. Right. So yeah, this is again Building World, and Building World is essentially a world made up of Walter's memories of South Ashfield. So the town or the city in which Henry lives in, where South Ashfield Heights is in. Because clearly Walter Sullivan has some connection to this place that we live in, and especially our room. He has a connection to room 302 in some way, which is why all of this stuff is happening to Henry and his room. What the hell? Something reeks. I think that's skin, my guy. I think that is literal flesh and skin. Delicious. Yummy. Somebody skewer that, please. Skin for lunch and dinner. Again, all of this is made up from Walter Sullivan's mind. He's doing all of this stuff. So all of this imagery that we see is all because of Walter. It's part of his mind. It's part of his memories of how he perceives these places. Along with everything else that we see, like the environments and some of the enemies too. Also, I keep forgetting that sometimes my mouse cursor is in the way. I want to leave that. Okay. So, again, Richard Braintree is here. He is, if we follow the trend, is going to be most likely be the next victim in Walter's plan, which means he will be representing chaos. It's filled with volleyballs. So again, this is based off of South Ashfield, so that's why we're in a literal sports store. Again, this is not based on South Ashfield Heights, like the apartment complex in particular. This is based on the city of South Ashfield, which is why it's called Building World, because, you know, in cities you see buildings a lot. It's a golf club, looks like a 5-iron. Again, some of these weapons you can collect are literal golf clubs. I honestly am not into that. There are all sorts of sports supplies, but nothing particularly interesting. What's everyone's favourite sport? Or if anyone has in chat played any sports before, what's your favourite? Since we're at the sports store. Well, not anymore, I'm leaving, I'm going back home. I was more of a racket sports guy, like badminton or tennis. There is a sport, I don't know if anyone in America knows, or like in the western side knows about a sport called cricket. I used to play a bit of that as well. I don't have time for sports anymore. I'm a loser. I mean, there was my Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort arc. But those are games. But I'm a gamer, it makes sense. Art. Is art a sport? I guess it could be. You know? You use your mind. So you use brain power, and then you have to use your hands for hours to make good detailed art, which I guess is strenuous. You know, yeah. Maybe art is a sport. It's a mental sport, maybe, too. I don't know if I want to use the gun anymore. I'll keep it, it's fine. Cricket, yeah, we know about it. I mainly knew about it from Bluey. From Bluey? Isn't that like a cartoons show? Huh, that's an interesting way to learn about cricket from. Yeah, where I come from, sort of my ethnic background as well, cricket is kind of a big deal. Oh! Wait, did you see that, chat? Wait, it's gonna happen again. No, hold on. Wait. Wait. Did anyone see that? I don't think you guys saw that. A literal head just flew past. Hold up. So, another thing about this game, and it's particularly in the room, and we're going to see a lot more of this as we... Oh, look at that! Someone's head just flew through the window. So, as we go through more in this game, the more this room is going to start to get a little bit more corrupted sometimes, or the correct term is more haunted. And sometimes there are many different scenarios where you enter back into this place and your room becomes haunted with something, or a sort of haunting occurrence happens. One of those things is this: a head, and just a head, flying through the window up and down. It's going to happen on this one, so you guys will get to see it when it happens, but that's one of the hauntings. Oh my god, I can't believe I caught that. I think this one's kind of a rare one too. Some particular hauntings happen more than others. There it is! That face, that's Andrew DeSalvo. That's the last person who died in Walter's ritual in the water prison world. That's his head flying through our window right now. And it's just the head. Pretty creepy.
And now the news. In Washington, a gathering of 200,000 people appealing for stricter gun control laws in the wake of a spate of violent shootings throughout the country turned tragic when shots were fired into the crowd. 2 people were killed and several wounded, including a 3-year-old child. At this moment, no suspects have been found. Police are investigating the source of the shots.
We can interact with our radio sometimes and it gives us a story. That time it talks about gun control. That kind of reminded me about when it comes to the themes and aspects of this game and what the themes are of this game. Throughout this game, there have been mentions of stuff related to like themes related to birth and childhood. We literally last stream saw a baby version, or a sort of child innocent version of Walter, who is also in these worlds. So we saw a kid last time in the forest world, and he's sort of a child version that has been manifested by Walter in his mind into these worlds. He represents the sort of innocence in Walter Sullivan. So a lot of references to like childhood, you know? And also, this game has a lot of references to birth and especially mother to child relationships and stuff. There are a lot of monsters, or like a lot of references to stuff like umbilical cords. We saw a monster last week, not last week, but last stream we played this, which is literally an umbilical cord that comes from the ground and is connected to a very underdeveloped fetus thing. That's an enemy in this game. So a lot of references to like childbirth and mother-child things. So keep those in mind and bear those in mind as we play through this, because it's very important to the story of this game and why all of this stuff is happening actually as well. Let me check up on Eileen again. I'm fishing in Minecraft. We'll have fun in there. Hope you get some good catches. Hope you get a nice big catch. Also, Eileen is not sleeping anymore. Okay. Let's check our window. I mean, peephole. That's Superintendent... that is Superintendent Frank Sunderland. He is the owner of this apartment complex. And he's kind of a sus dude. Literally last stream, he told us that he literally owns an umbilical cord in his room. Whose umbilical cord that is, we don't know. He's so weird. Like, I don't know if the room is doing something to him, but he's like pacing around, looking at my door. Sometimes he just stands in the wall over there and stares at my door sometimes. Again, this place is just clearly weird. And yeah, he owns an umbilical cord as well. Frank is a weird dude. He's also the dad of James Sunderland from Silent Hill 2. As mentioned here, I heard his son and daughter-in-law, this is referring to Mary, disappeared in Silent Hill a few years back. Silent Hill 2 reference there. It's kind of like an Easter egg. Okay. Let's keep going. Also, remember when I said we saw a childlike version of Walter Sullivan? We actually may just about see him very soon. Don't you worry. If you missed on how he looks like. Right. Sports store. Locked. Creepy sounds. Creepy stock sounds, to be specific. Right, where does this go? Does this go to the, yeah. This is the pet store. Oh, dog. Do I kill the dog? I think I am. Again, the dogs sound like monkeys sometimes, and then when you kill them and stomp on their bodies, they sound like big cats. That is a development thing. They didn't have time to make their own unique sounds for these enemies, so they used stock sounds. This is why rushed development is a problem. Don't rush things. It's not that big of a deal though. It's honestly become a meme at this point. That the dogs sound like that. But again, just wait until we get to the hospital level in this game, and then meet the enemies there. Because you're not gonna even believe how the enemies in that area sound like when I hit them. It may make you laugh. Oh god, not the flies. Ugh. You know what? I don't care. I'm just gonna get the thing I need to get. It's enough cat food for an army of cats. You found keys. Will you take them? Yes. I got Albert's sports key. Oh. Is that the room that's locked? That I can unlock now? What else do we have here? Anything else? This is a pet store, by the way. It's like a cage for a dog or cat. Ow. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Ghost. He's blocking my way. Oh my god, I just looped him. I looped him like we're playing DBD. Incredible stuff. From yours truly. Okay, I'm gonna leave. Wait, Is there like ammo for anything? No? Okay, it's just pet food. Gotcha, okay. I want to use that key. I want to see if that key can be used here. And if so, where does it take me? Because that should be used here. Yeah. Where does this take me? Okay. I think that's where we progress to. So where does this take me then? If I keep going this way. Let's find out. Ow. Ghost. Ghost! Where does this take me? Where is this? Oh. Clock room. This is a puzzle. An upside-down clock. The hands aren't moving. The doorknob is rusted shut, and I can't get it open. This is an upside-down room. You can see the vents on the ceiling down here. The clock is upside down. Weird room. Weird liminal room, too. I see liminality in this. Liminal spaces. The back rooms. Oh my goodness. Okay, this guy's in my way. Are you serious? So you're just gonna block my entire way? Are we serious? Okay, thank you. What the hell? What was he doing? What was bro doing? Okay, Go! Stop! These these flying things are so annoying. Okay. Also, I swear there's a note I can read here. Which is optional. Unless it's somewhere else. Have I missed it? Okay, maybe I've missed it, huh? Okay. I need to... How's my health looking? Oh, I'm halfway through health. I'm gonna heal quickly. Sorry about that. I got too many hits there. All I need to do... So, for those of you who don't know, in this room, when we get back to our room, we can actually heal. We auto-heal, which is very cool. See it healing slowly. However, the bad news is that at some point in this game, this benefit is no longer going to happen. And we're going to lose the ability to heal. In this room, that is. So the auto heal will be gone. Which is why I am actually stacking on health items. I have not used a single health item in this game yet. I'm saving it for later. In fact, let me check. what do I have in terms of healing? Nutrition drink and a first aid kit. That's it. We're balling. We're balling. Okay. I'm gonna head back. I just needed to heal. Let's keep going. Boom. Right. Back outside. We have these weird creatures. So these things are called gum heads. If you look at their bodies, chat, look at like their face and like underneath their face, they have like this sort of thing extended outwards, which also looks like a face. They also act very animal-like. I don't know why, but I don't know if anybody else sees this comparison, but the fact that they have a face and then like from their like bottom of their face or like near their body, upper chest, like they have this thing that comes out. Oh my god, there's so many of them, what the flip? Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Fuck. Actually, let me head back then. They may dwindle down. Hopefully. Does this open? No. Yeah. Do you see that, like, thing that comes out of their face from their upper chest? I kinda interpret that as looking like, you know how some kangaroos, if you've seen a kangaroo, you know how kangaroos have pockets in their body somehow? And in those pockets, you know, that's where they keep like a child, their child kangaroo in. It kind of reminds me of that with how they have their face and then their upper chest, they then have this like bulge where there's another face, which looks maybe a little bit smaller or similar sized. It kind of reminds me of that. And if that is the case, for like inspiration of that design, then that once again shows another like sort of theme and reference to like child and mother attachment and themes related to that sort of nature, child and parent attachment and behavior. Again, that's another reference to that. I think it's very cool. Elevators. Sure. This is the cutscene where we're gonna see, Child Walter again. Who represents Walter Sullivan's innocence in these worlds that he's made. He's about to show up, hold up. He's gonna be with Richard. Right. Hold up. There he is.
Are you the kid he was talking about? You live in that apartment too, huh? Say, you look a lot like a little punk that I once caught sneaking around there. Do you know something about what's going on? Hey, you! Stop!
Also, he literally pointed a gun at a child. Like, what the fuck? That's Child Walter. And it seemed there that he sort of, Richard, recognized that face. He sort of recognized that child form of Walter. So again, these people that die sort of directly and indirectly have a role in his ritual. That's why he's killing them. But the reason they're also present in these worlds is because Walter may have some history with them as well, or some sort of relevance to him, or he's interacted with them, or seen them, or he knows about them. So we could infer from that cutscene, since Richard recognized, you know, young Walter there, it kind of means that possibly Walter Sullivan has interacted with Richard Braintree before, in which case it means that Walter has been to South Ashfield Heights before. That would also explain why the subway world was a place. That's maybe how Walter got to South Ashfield. And if that is the case, then why was Walter coming to this city? Because again, Walter was very much present, mostly in his early life in Silent Hill when he was being kept at the orphanage. It's explained much later on in Walter's life as he became into an adult, that he sort of moved away from the town and went to, I think, a place called Pleasant Rivers, which I don't know where that is. But again, it shows that, you know, there's a reason why shit's happening here, you know, in South Ashfield. Walter Sullivan has a link to this area. And we need to find out what that link is. Oh yeah, here's the, we're gonna see... Wait a minute, there's 2 sets of ladders. Hold up. Oh, that's another hallway. Okay. Well, elevator. Okay. I think I saw a med drink. Yes! Med drink. Yes! Nutrition drink. Remember when I said umbilical cord monsters? Well, here's one of them. Here they are. I can literally just walk through these guys. Oh shit, we can hear more of them. Oh my god. Oh god, he's tweaking out. No. Oh. He backed off. No. This one's a little bit more darker colored. Oh my god, there's dogs too. Oh shit. 3 of the... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's actually really bad. Oh, that is really bad. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm just gonna go for safety. Open the door! Holy shit, I'm nearly dead. That is horrible. Also, again, creepy environment that this building world has. Look at this texture on the ground. You have also like a fan, a ceiling fan with its lighting and shade. Pretty cool. Like, this is what I mean, chat. Some of the textures of some of the environments in this area are so creepy. Like, what even is this design? Not gonna lie, chat, it kinda reminds me of moths. And now that I've said that, I want to move on. Because fuck that. Is there an item here? I swear there's an item here, no? Okay. It's okay though, we're close to another hole, so I can go back and heal. Also slugs. Just garbage. There's nothing useful here. Locked. Locked. Is there anything else here? Wooden crates. Nothing interesting about that. I guess there isn't. Okay. Ew, this place is filled with slugs. Also, we get a new weapon, chat. Hold up. It's a rusty axe. Apparently this weapon is really good. This melee weapon is actually really good. So I think for melee, we may just switch over to using this. A little short but powerful and easy to handle. I have iframes too when I use this weapon. If you guys didn't know, you can actually charge up your attacks when you're close to an enemy. I don't know why it's not showing it right now, but... Oops. Yeah, you can charge up your weapons sometimes. So, I can charge up my axe. And usually when we do a charge attack, we do an animation and then attack. And we actually have iframes when we do that, which is nice. Also, this is a pub. This is a bar. We're in a bar right now. There's a memo here. The boss said that the number this time is the last 4 digits of this store's phone number. But the phone number is written right there on the sign on the roof. Anybody could see it from South Ashfield Street. Is that really okay? Bartender's memo. There's a keypad puzzle here. And we just got a clue as to what it is. So this is Bar Southfield. Or, I mean, Bar Ashfield, I think, or Southfield. There's a... In our room, we can see, like, an advertisement border for this place across our bedroom window. It's a billiard table. Looks like they were in the middle of a game. Billiards. I sometimes forget that that's also a sport. I don't think there's anything else here, so I'm just going to move on. I need to heal. We're going to go back. Let me show you the Bar Southfield logo, I mean advertisement board. Because we actually need to look at that to solve this puzzle. So, hold on, where is it? Oh yeah, another interesting thing to note, okay? So, when we went to Subway World for the first time, so the very first time we went into the hole in our bathroom, we entered these worlds made by Walter. First time we went there, we met Cynthia, and Cynthia mentions that, oh, you're in my dream. Which is a very interesting thing to think about. Because does it mean that Walter is killing people in their dreams? Or you could even describe that since he's making up these worlds from his subconscious mind, that they are essentially like dream worlds, right? So, of course, in Building World right now, Richard is in that world. He's going to be the next victim that Walter is going to get. And this is Richard's room right now. And you can actually see, if you see a little bit of blue, Richard right now is sleeping in his room. So bro is going to die in his sleep tonight. And it begs that question again, can you actually die in dreams? And if you die in a dream, do you die in real life? Very important little detail you can, see. In fact, I think when we got to Water Prison World is when we first saw him sleeping. So essentially, when he sleeps, because he's part of this ritual, because he's fated to be part of Walter's ritual as a sacrifice, he sleeps, and it's most likely that when he started to sleep, he immediately dreamed and sort of entered Walter's world. He got transported into this other reality which isn't real and based on someone's mind. Yeah, there's Bar Southfield. 3750. Let me read that note again. Bartender's note. Well said that the number of this time is the last 4 digits of this store's phone number. But the phone number is written right there on the sign on the roof. So yeah, there's a key code we need to get through. And the answer to that key code is 3750. Let's call this number again. Are we gonna get what happened last time with this phone call? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think those sounds are also like the sounds of the ghosts. Did I do it right? Yeah, it was 5553750. Yeah, okay. There is one moment where this phone actually connects to someone else. To someone else's voice. Now check up on Eileen. She is our neighbor. Stuff could happen. Oh. Immediately she runs. I think she saw something. Sus. Anything happening outside? Frank is still pacing outside my door. Weirdo. Do I need to drop anything? Oh yeah, drop that, and drop that, and drop that too. Perfect. Okay. I think we're good on health. I think. Right. Let's go back. 3750 should be the code for that keypad. Boom. And we're back. Every time we come back to our room, or like these worlds, the camera sort of like glitches and it like does that effect. I like that effect. It's very cool. Right. 3750. Boom. Right. We can go through here now. So, important thing to note before we enter. We saw Richard, our neighbor from across our window, interact with Mini Walter. So he definitely knows Mini Walter, which means Walter and Richard have interacted before. And based on what we saw in that last cutscene, it didn't look like Richard liked little Walter as a kid. Which means that somehow when Walter was a kid, like that age he was there just now, as a kid, Walter came from Silent Hill to this place, to South Ashfield, for some particular reason, which we don't know about yet. So again, connections. And now, you gotta remember, every time we go to these worlds, every time we go, Walter will get his victim one way or another. It's happened to everyone right now. And it looks like it may happen to Richard. What did I just say? Richard, I'm coming to save you! Hold on. I'm coming. I'm your knight in shining armor. A grown man screaming. Chat, when you hear a grown man screaming, you know shit's bad. You know? My screams don't matter, because I'm not a man. I'm not even human. I'm an abyssal spirit. But when you hear an actual grown man scream like that, you know shit's not good. Also, we have to go up impeccable number of stairs. Top-down view for this place would go crazy. Also, there's a ghost following us. Wonderful. Leave me alone. Stop it. 207. That is Richard's room. Which is kind of scary because that means Walter has now reached his power to South Ashfield Heights. If Walter has reached Richard, who is an occupant of this apartment complex, that's very dangerous because that means the whole apartment complex is in danger because his power has reached to South Ashfield Heights. It's door number 207 from my apartment building. There's a plate on the door. Remove the plate. You got the Chaos placard. Placard from Building World. It has an abstract picture and says Chaos. Again, this is part of the ritual that he is doing. The 21 Sacraments. This is number 19 in that ritual. And it is Richard Braintree who represents Chaos. This death, I'm not gonna lie, definitely is very creepy, okay? This one's, like, I would say the most brutal, maybe? Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Electric Chad. It's the 11121 man, he just said. RIP Richard. That is a brutally bad way to go. Genuinely, that is. Oh my goodness. I would not wish that upon anyone. And there we go. Walter has now taken his 19th victim. Or as he calls him, the 11121 man. And if we could try and look outside, across his room, there's a man in 207, pointing. He's pointing at room 303, Eileen's room. Also, can I just say, that's Walter, chat. In frickin' good old polygon style. Whenever I see this model of him, this immediately reminds me of indie horror games, because a lot of indie horror games literally have their models that look like this. It's kind of interesting to see. Like Puppet Combo, you know, has models like these. Again, this game is a PS2 game. But he's pointing at Eileen's room, which means Eileen is the next target. And I would say this is very scary because, like, you know, now Walter's power extends to inside this apartment complex, since he's now literally killed Richard and he's in his room right now, right? You have a deranged killer in the vicinity, which means everyone in this apartment complex is in danger, because he's now in his power now has infiltrated this place. Richard is now dead. R.I.P. Richard. And Eileen is the next person, so she is to be the 20th victim of this ritual.
Looks like another one, Captain. Got 121 on his head. It's just like that case from 10 years ago. Yeah, that Walter Sullivan case. But Sullivan's dead. They even got the body. Must be some crazy copycat. Yeah, but even so...
Again, Walter is dead, that is true. Walter is dead. But his body is not in his grave. So, if you guys remember from Forest World, there is a section in Forest World where we enter like a cemetery, and there's an exposed coffin with the numbers 11121 in red carved onto the opened empty tombstone coffin thing, right? It's hard to remember, but it is there. You can look back at and find it, and it is there. So, Walter Sullivan, I guess I can explain it now, since they've mentioned it, but Walter Sullivan is 11121. He is the 11th victim of this ritual. He is a victim of his own ritual, which may sound very confusing, okay? I understand that, but let me explain, okay? So, not this one. I need the Holy Scripture scrap, yes. So, offer the blood of the 10 sinners. If we go back to this, like, ritual tablet, which explains what this ritual is about, offer the blood of the 10 sinners and the white oil. So, offer the blood of the 10 sinners. That means, in this ritual that he is doing, he needs to kill 10 specific people. Offer the blood of the 10 sinners. So, he needs to kill 10 people in specific order and time and fashion. And the white oil. So, this is actually referencing a ritual item, which is something actually that is seen in Silent Hill 2. But here's the next important part. Be then released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of heaven. This sentence in the ritual basically means, be then released from the bonds of the flesh, aka unalive yourself. It literally means you have to commit suicide. So Walter Sullivan killed himself as part of this ritual. It's part of the ritual. He killed himself and then gained the power of heaven, which basically means when he killed himself, that's how he got his power to be able to, make these worlds and do all this other stuff and continue the killings. And when it means power of heaven, that essentially means that when Walter killed himself, he essentially gained the power of Silent Hill. Because if you think about it, right, in Silent Hill, what is the power of Silent Hill? Sometimes Silent Hill, when you're in the town, when you're in this town, you sometimes, if through the right circumstances, have the power, guided by the power of the town, to manifest worlds which are not reality, where you can see manifested monsters based on your mind and your subconscious. That's literally what Walter has been doing in these worlds. He's making these worlds from his memories and experiences, and that's how he does all these killings. So, if we go back to this note here, so 01121, 012, these are representing 1 out of 21, 2 out of 21, and so on. These are the 10 sinners that he killed, that Walter killed when he was alive, like actually flesh human being. No powers, anything. He killed those people, and then the 11th victim, 11121, is Walter Sullivan himself. He then is the next victim in this ritual. He then kills himself. Doing so, he essentially becomes a ghost, like some of the ghosts that we have seen in the game so far, who are of the previous victims that Walter has killed. He becomes a ghost. He gains the power of Silent Hill. And then he continues killing these people. And that is what this part of the scripture says. From the darkness and void bring forth gloom, and gird thyself with despair for the giver of wisdom. So even after he killed himself, he continued these killings in a more haunting way by killing them in worlds, or like even just killing them in reality, but just as a ghost, because he now has the power of Silent Hill in him. He's a ghost And he has the power of Silent Hill because of this cult ritual. And that is where essentially you get your Silent Hill connection in this. With it, again, this game, chat, does not take place in Silent Hill at all. But what connects this game to Silent Hill is Walter Sullivan and the power which is allowing all of this stuff to happening. All of this stuff, us being trapped in our room, these weird occurrences happening, these nightmares, us going to these worlds, this is all because of Walter. Because he has the power of Silent Hill, and he's using that for this ritual that he's doing, the 21 Sacraments. Does that make any sense? I hope it does. It can be very confusing to understand, but again, you can look up online, and there's also people that explain these things, so that's basically what's going on now. So again, as we play more through this, a lot of stuff gets revealed to us, okay? Again, this is why I was saying, chat, that this game, Silent Hill 4, is all about Walter. It's all about the villain of this game. Henry is just a part of this. Frank is still outside a door. Also, you can see now, new handprint. So 19 handprints now. And Eileen is now in danger, because it looks like she is the next person in this ritual to be killed. Let's check up on Eileen, shall we? Oh, she's getting ready to go out. She's gonna go to a party. She did mention at the beginning of the game when we saw her that she was like, oh man, hope my luck changes before the party. She's going out for a party, but I don't think Walter is gonna like that. So, yeah. Also, welcome back, Ember. Sunny wouldn't let me leave. Oh no, is Sunny being pushy today? Any new notes? There is no new note. Actually, let me save. So that sort of confirms a lot of things now. That explains why these killings are continuing, is because Walter, even though he died in his human form, he is now existing as a sort of ghost thing, which kind of is godlike because of the powers that he has. Walter is very dangerous in this situation. Very dangerous. Again, he can literally make worlds. I think you guys could agree with me with that. That is pretty much god level power. You know? She's learned that she can fit her ball through the gate rails and will keep barking until someone gets it for her. Oh, like outside of like the garden and such? I used to play a lot of like ball games in my garden when I was a kid, and we had a lot of instances where like the ball would go to like outside and like we'd have to get it back some way. That just reminded me of that. Okay. Shit's getting serious now, chat. Walter is getting closer. You'd even see that Walter, he's doing all this stuff in our room, but he's technically not in our room yet. But he's getting closer. Okay? Is he still pointing? He is still pointing. Again, that is Walter right there, the man in question. The man behind it all, the man that this game is all about, is right there. Inside, she likes to rip the chairs in the front room, so she's not allowed there until she lands. It's like those baby gates people use. Oh, okay. Like, yeah, I've seen those before. Like, they use it on stairs to avoid, like, babies going to stairs and such. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Right, did I save? I think I did, yeah, I did. Okay, so, looks like chat, Eileen is going to be our next victim. Now, here's the question. Do you think Eileen is going to die? Is our neighbor really going to die next? Or is there something going to happen? Also, where is this next world going to be? We have one there too. She can fit through it though, so it doesn't do much. Oh, okay. Unfortunate. Unlucky. Also, look at this hole now. It has the halo of the sun symbol over the hole. This hole, it doesn't look like a human made it. It's getting bigger and rounder. I think I've seen this pattern before. Will you go inside? Yes. Next world, here we come. And this one's going to be a little interesting, this one. This guy would totally be in those, like, videos with, like, oh my god, 20 creepy doorbell camera sightings. This guy would definitely be in one of those videos. But yeah, Eileen is the next victim. Walter needs to kill her for this
It
ritual.
looks like my apartment. What the hell is this?
And another thing too, yeah. This is literally South Ashfield Heights. This is Henry's apartment complex. But just actually outside of his room. So technically we are outside of our room, but also still trapped in our room because this is Walter's world. So now, because Eileen is the next victim in this ritual, he wants to kill her in apartment world. A world made up of Walter Sullivan's mind manifesting his memories of the actual apartment complex of South Ashfield Heights. Kid Walter is literally knocking on our door. He disappears when we get close to him. Creepy effect. Again, Walter Sullivan's innocence. Does he appear back? Or... no, he doesn't come back, okay. Also, red note. There's a scrap of red paper stuck under the door. This is the same way they show up under my door. Weird paradox there. This is our room, 302. We're outside our room, but we're also technically not actually outside our room because this is just a world. Also, the walls are flesh, Like, I'm, like, literally just flesh. Some of it is ripped too into, like, typical otherworld, like, rust and metal grating. See, even if you hit the wall, you can even hear the flesh sound. Literal meat. Right, let's go to 301. Our other neighbor, who we don't really learn much about, actually. Although one note is going to be very revealing that we're about to read. Also, is that Coke? Coke? Wow. Look at all these P-word magazines. We're gonna learn a lot in this world chat about the actual nature of the apartment complex that Henry lives in. South Ashfield Heights. We're gonna learn a lot about this place. Because it's very interesting. And weird. Observation number 1. This guy, who used to live here, clearly was the sus type. It's a red piece of paper with nothing written on it. Take the red paper. Just red paper with nothing written on it. I'll stick it under room 302's door. There's a diary here. The last few months, Joseph, the guy next door to me who gave me that rare porn... I even hate saying that word. That rare P-word magazine. Looks like he's been working super hard. He said if he found another rare one, he'd give it to me, but he hasn't shown his face around much lately. He said he was a journalist and he is always investigating stuff, but I think something strange is going on with him. He's been shut in his apartment, and I can hear all these weird noises coming from there. July 1st. Mike. Oh, Mike is a porn magazine reader. Disgusting. Oh, my beautiful Rachel. What's with the note on the red paper? I thought you'd written a note back to me. But I guess maybe it was somewhere else. He took it along with my clothes. Those were my best clothes. July 2nd. Mike. Mike is disgusting. You put Mike's diary in your scrapbook. So, case in point number 1. Our other neighbor on 301 is a disgusting reader of things of that variety. The P word. Also important to note, though, we actually now have a name for our previous owner. Joseph. This is Joseph Schreiber. That's his full name. He is the previous owner of room 302 that Henry now lives in. He is the guy that we saw in that nightmare sequence at the beginning of the game. We now have a name. So it's Joseph Schreiber. He's the one who is investigating Walter Sullivan and the cult and the orphanage. And again, we actually learn about this stuff in Silent Hill 3 as well. Just try to tie in those things. Tie in the lore. This guy, is it the super? He was much younger in this picture. There's a key taped to the back of it. You got the superintendent's key. What is the superintendent's key doing in this dude's room? I don't even want to know. It says 105 on it. Now remember, chat, the superintendent owns an umbilical cord in his room. Remember that? So we may actually see that very soon in this place. It's a photo of a nurse. It says, "I love you" on it. There's a key taped to the back of it. Also, this room owner definitely seems to be the very disgusting, crazy, pervert possibly type of individual, since it looks like he's trying to hit on someone called Rachel. There's a magazine lying open. Teaching Despair, Wish House. Wish House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill. Sorry, let me reread that sentence. Wish House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill. We have been to Forest World, and that's what this place is based off of. The orphanage in Silent Hill, in the woods of Silent Hill. But behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. Wish House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, a charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. But at its heart, it is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religious values, aka indoctrinating orphans to learn about a cult and force them to learn about a cult. Otherwise, they will trap you as a kid inside a water prison where you can die without any food or sanitation. That's basically what happened. Very fucked up. Mr. Smith, temp, who lives near Wish House, had this to say. Sometimes at night I can hear their weird prayers and the sounds of brackets children crying. I went there to complain one time, but they ran me right out. Since then it hasn't changed a bit. In fact, this reporter was refused admission when he attempted to take photographs in the facility. What exactly do the folks at Wish House have to hide? During my investigation, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking round concrete tower which appears to be part of their facilities. Round concrete tower is referencing the water prison that is outside the orphanage, and that's the prison where they kept the orphans. And that's the water prison world that we went to with Andrew DeSalvo at the end of last time we played this game. Unfortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for, but it seems unlikely that it has anything to do with the business of raising orphans. It may in fact be a prison or a secret place of worship. So even Joseph, because we're going to find out that Joseph wrote this article, because again, he's the guy who was investigating all of this stuff. The cult religion that operates Wish House is known by the locals simply as the Order. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, but its worshippers' fervent belief that they are among the elite, chosen people has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Wish House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the whole truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Joseph Schreiber. Name reveal. So again, he's the guy who was investigating this stuff. He is the guy who lived in room 302 before us. Okay? But we also know that, at some point Joseph disappeared. At some point, Joseph was locked up in his room just like we are. What do we think happened to Joseph then? Did Joseph die in his room? Did Walter kill him? And if that's the case, then does that mean that Joseph himself was also part of this ritual? That he'd represent someone or an aspect in Walter's ritual? Also, there's a ghost. Hello, ma'am. She's wearing like the classic Mary Poppins style outfits. I've forgotten this ghost's name. I think her name is Margaret. I think. I could be wrong though. Or Julie? Again, you can't kill the ghosts, they'll get back up. Anyway, I need to... Here's what I need to do. So it's very paradoxical, chat, isn't it? That every time we see the red diaries in our room, it's usually put through our slit under the door. And we're now going to do that same thing. We're going to put a diary entry under the door for us to then read back in our room. This is the same way they show up under my door. Wait. Oh, hold on, it's an item. Yeah, it's an item. Yeah, we need to put it under. You put the red paper in the door crack. Or door creak. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my room. And we're gonna read those diaries. Because we are most likely gonna be getting more information from Joseph. So Joseph is essentially, to us right now, as the main character, is giving us lore. He's basically our lawgiver at the moment. He's explaining to us what is happening. It's a way for Henry, as the player, to understand what's going on. Oh, welcome in, I. How's it going? Going okay. We're continuing our Silent Hill 4 story playthrough. A lot's going on. Recap. Trapped in our room. Cult ritual. We're fucked. Our neighbor is also fucked. Walter Sullivan, Silent Hill power, ghost being. That's my recap. A man with the power of Silent Hill is performing a ritual and is about to get my neighbor. I hope you're doing well, I. Hope your day's been good so far. And again, I hope everyone is enjoying the story playthrough so far and is enjoying stream. It really means a lot. Ooh, hold on. Our chain just sort of... Whoa, our chain... Ooh, I think one of the chains came off in our room. Yeah. Hold up. Right, we have some lore to read. How is the neighbor involved? Because Walter just decides that she's the next victim. Again, Walter has connections to this apartment complex in some way. That's why we now have Apartment World, and that's why Eileen is the next victim. Richard Braintree died just now, and he's a neighbor too of this place. So Walter has met, Richard Braintree from earlier. So that's why he killed him. So maybe Walter has some connection with Eileen, which we're actually going to get explained very soon. Right, lore time. I figured out the riddle behind the numbers. 01121 is actually 1 out of 21. I've already explained this. In other words, 1 out of 21. So Walter was planning on killing 21 people. But he never finished the job. He was convicted for the murders of Billy and Miriam Locane. This instance, the conviction of murders of killing these two twin children, is what you read in Silent Hill 2 in a note. Which is the twin victims monster in this game. That's what these two twins were. In this game, these two victims of Walter become they don't become ghosts, they become monsters. And we saw them in the Water Tower prison. The 7th and 8th victims, so they are the 7th and 8th victims in his ritual. Afterwards, he committed suicide in his jail cell. The grisly mass murder of 10 people shocked the world and came to be known as the Walter Sullivan case. There are two big puzzles here. The first is, what was the motive for the murders? We don't know what the motive is yet, either, chat. So we know that Walter is killing these people for this ritual, but we don't know why he's doing this yet. The second is, why did he kill himself before completing his task? Was he simply insane? That is true. That's a true point. Remember, he is the 11th victim of his own ritual. He killed himself as part of the ritual to then gain the powers of Silent Hill and become a ghost killer. Could he have not done that in his real state? But if you remember, May 2nd, but if you remember in the ritual scripture, it says, "Be then released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of Silent Hill," aka the power of heaven. So the ritual tells him to kill himself as part of the ritual. So that's why he had to kill himself. It's part of the ritual. He has to take his own life and then continue killing with special powers. This is a very important note. Again, Silent Hill 4, a lot of its lore, if you like horror games which have lore written in notes, then you will love Silent Hill 4 because it has a lot of that. I know a lot of people don't like reading a lot in horror games. Again, that comes to the attention span of the average horror viewer. I feel like a lot of horror viewers don't like slow-paced stories, and I get that, but like, I feel like storytelling in this sort of way is very interesting because it allows you to discuss things and make connections like a nerd, like me. Also, welcome in, Sweet Peace. Hope you're doing well. There's a red paper stuck in here. Another one. It was 4 years ago that they discovered the body with 12 out of 21. So this is so 12 out of 21, chat, is the first death that Walter did as a ghost. In his ghost form, in his new reincarnated state, you could even say. And this happened 4 years ago, so there was a gap in between, you know, the deaths that happened 10 years ago, where he killed someone every day for 10 days 10 years ago. And then 4 years later, he continued his killing spree again. Right away, I had this terrible feeling and couldn't stop shaking. The victim had been murdered 6 months earlier, but Walter had been dead for 7 years, having committed suicide 3 years before the murder. The police think it's a copycat crime and are calling it the Sullivan case, round 2. But something about it bothered me. May 14th. Also, do you hear that? Something's happening in my storage room. Oh! Lovely. First it was my bathroom basin, filled with blood. And now my washing machine is filled with blood. What the hell is this? The dryer's... Okay, it's okay, clothes dryer. No, sorry, not washing machine. The dryer sprayed blood all over the place. Is that it? Again, our room is getting haunted. Walter is getting close to us, possibly, since he's about to target Eileen next. In fact, speaking of Eileen, can we even check the peephole? And if so, what do we see? Oh, no, I don't need to read this. No. It looks like Eileen is okay. Interesting, Eileen is not sleeping here. Richard Braintree earlier, when he died in Building World, he was sleeping in reality. Okay, so Eileen is there. She's probably very confused as to what's going on. Meanwhile, we're gonna go back. Interesting, there's no voice or noise now in this hole. Before it was like making some really creepy sounds. Right, we have Superintendent's key, so we can actually go to the Superintendent's office and maybe find the umbilical cord that he keeps in his room. Again, I don't know why you would do that. Hello, young Walter. I don't know why you would do that or why you would keep that. It's locked. What was that guy doing here? Could he be the next... Could he be the next victim? Or could it be... Wow, he thought that that guy was the victim. Bro doesn't know. That's the main guy. 304 is locked. So chat, this is a weird instance where we're now in apartment world, so we can now literally explore our apartment, but just through Walter's mind, essentially. And now we're going to get a bit of context from the man himself. This is Walter, right here. Hold on, he's going to say some stuff. You asked earlier, how does the neighbor get involved in this? Well, he's about to explain, if he speaks to me. Okay, there you go.
I got this from Miss Galvin. A long, long time ago. She was younger than me back then. She looked so happy, holding her mother's hand. Here, I'll give it to you.
Speak again. I know you have more voice lines. You say something. Come on. Say it. Say it. No, 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 I'm not taking that. You speak again. I know you do. Go on. Trying to make people speak in this game is a little bit weird because, like, you have to be somewhat close to them. You don't, like, press X to speak. But I know he says something else. No? Do I need to take the shabby doll? Hold on, let me go back. Let me reset. Also, I am not taking that doll. Oh, he's gone now. Oh, shit. Okay, right. So that was Walter, chat. We literally got close up with Walter there. That is Walter Sullivan. He is the guy who's doing those killings. In his now sort of ghost spirit Silent Hill power god form. So he mentioned something very important. So there's the link as to why Eileen is involved in this. He said he's seen Eileen before, when she was young, holding her mother's hand. So, again, Walter, all of these people that he's killed, he has had some sort of connection to them, either by sight, either by just seeing them, or directly interacting with them. And that's why they are involved in this ritual. So, Walter Sullivan, at a young time, or at some point in his life, has seen, or did see, Eileen. And he mentioned something very specific, and if you could tell by the way he spoke, you could know that it's very important to all of this, and his lore in particular. But he mentioned how, oh, I saw her with her mother. She looked so happy holding her mother's hand. And as he says that, with that doll that he wants to give us, which is right there, did you notice when he said that he had the doll like on like his like on the neck area? His hand on the doll was on the neck area as if to like strangle or rip apart. You gotta remember, chat, Walter Sullivan was an orphan. He's never met his mum or his dad. Never. He's never met his parents. And if you remember, I've already mentioned that there are many references to the mother-child, parent-child attachment and relationship aspect. Especially when it comes to symbolism with umbilical cords. Okay? So, Walter clearly envies, and you can tell again with the way he spoke there, Walter envies people who have that motherly relationship that he doesn't. You could argue that's maybe why he is gonna force Eileen into this ritual, which may or may not be related to his mind and his vision of something that he wants. Like maybe a mother figure? Andrew DeSalvo, when we were in the water prison world, mentioned how Walter was into something related to the descent of the Holy Mother, which is another title for this ritual that he is doing. So, descent of the Holy Mother. Again, references to mother and child. So, long story short, Walter has attachment problems. He never had a proper attachment with his mum. He never had a proper connection with his mum. He's never even seen his mum. So, in that way, you could say that he envies people when he sees someone having a nice relationship with his mum. Or with their mum, with their respective mums. Like, he mentioned there he saw Eileen with her mum. So, I feel like when it comes to the psychological aspects of this game, attachment is a big thing. Which, I'm not gonna lie, kinda nerds me out, because when I did psychology in college, we actually did a whole, like, sort of, I guess you could say a whole term or whole semester of learning about the psychology of attachment. So, like, yeah. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Again, I would say the themes of this game are very interesting. It borders into that idea of attachment. In particular, the relationship between mother and child. And stuff like that. So Walter really misses his mom. It's locked. This is the second floor. Locked. Dog. No dog. No dog. No dog. Is there anything here? A lot of garbage. Okay, I need to do zigzag. They are flying around me. Ouch. Okay. Whew. Okay, then let's check this side. 204. Locked. And here's ghosts. No. Locked. Jeez, everything is locked. Locked. Dude, you hear the whispering? Across the walls? Also, I think I know what I need to do. I think I need to go to the superintendent's office. Dead dog. Hold on. This way. Let's go to the superintendent's office. Because he will probably have all the keys to, like, the rooms in this place. Boom. It's a piece of red paper. More diary entries. There's 2 of them. Well, this one is half torn. Okay. It's a hastily scribbled memo. Found by Nurse Rachel. Return it to room 302, together with the part her boyfriend, Mike, tore off. Oh, okay. I see. Also, keys? There are keys for each apartment here. Let's go! We now have all the apartment keys. So now we can go to every room in the apartment world. It's a red box. Man, this thing really stinks. It's practically bringing tears to my eyes. Do you see this box here, chat? Do you see that red box? That is inside this box. There is an umbilical cord. That, again, the superintendent casually just keeps in his room. Is right in this box. Now, I know you guys would probably ask, how the heck does he have access to an umbilical cord? How is that even possible? All in due time. All in due time. But here, he has an umbilical cord, and it's right there. And it is stinking up my boy's eyes. I'm just going to leave that. It's a diary. The red box seems even stranger today. It's giving off a terrible smell. It's disgusting. But I just can't throw it away. It must have been around 30 years ago. That young couple was living in the apartment, but one day they just suddenly disappeared. Ran off just like thieves in the night. I don't know why. It must have been money troubles, or maybe they got themselves into some kind of danger. The problem came after that. They left their newborn baby when they took off. I even found the umbilical cord. And so that is how he found the umbilical cord. It was in one of the rooms in this apartment complex that we're in, after they left a newborn baby in their room. The parents of a newborn ditched the baby. I called the ambulance right away, and I heard the baby survived, but I don't know what happened to him. Although a few years later, I often saw a young kid hanging around the apartment. Young kid. We have seen young Walter around in this game, and it is suggested that you know, young Walter was around South Ashfield Heights in his time. One day he just stopped coming by. But now that I think of it, I'll bet he was that abandoned baby. It's a horrible story. Abandoning a newborn baby? That all happened in room 302. And the umbilical cord I found there, well, I still can't get myself to throw it away. So the umbilical cord that he keeps in his room, chat, is from our room. From some time back in the past. Which means that the story of this newborn baby that got birthed in room 302 and then the parents abandoned the baby, this all happened in room 302, which is where Henry lives. Which may explain why all of this stuff is happening. And they mentioned a kid which would come by to hang around the apartment that Richard Braintree even saw sometimes and found annoying seeing the kid. Chat, they're referring to Walter. So the story with Walter, chat, is that Walter Sullivan was birthed in room 302. He was birthed in the room that we live in right now. He wasn't even birthed in a hospital. Like, he literally just... Oh, crazy way to say it. He came out in room 302. And what happened was his parents just abandoned him. Like, as soon as he was born, the parents wanted to leave. And so they ditched the baby and left South Ashfield Heights. And that is how Superintendent there in the note mentioned that he went into room 302, he found the umbilical cord. So basically, this is Walter's and his mother's umbilical cord. Crazy development in the story. But yeah, it happened. So this is Walter's umbilical cord that he keeps in his room. In Superintendent's room. And that baby that got birthed in that room that was mentioned in that story just now was Walter. And so, at some point in Walter's life, he then got accepted into the orphanage, and then that's how all this cult stuff happened. So, that's pretty much Walter Sullivan's backstory, which, when you really think about it, is very, very dark and just fucked up. And very unlucky. Because again, you know, it comes back to that point, doesn't it? That, and I've heard this phrase before, and even I've had to come into terms with it too, but it's the idea that, you know, you have no control as to when and how you are birthed, which can then affect how your life goes, you know? It is just very unfortunate that Walter had to be birthed by parents that didn't want to have kids, and so then they ditched him when he was born as a newborn baby? Which was very bad because it then led to Walter going to a bad orphanage run by a cult, and now he's a killer who is doing a ritual for some purpose. That is a very awful life to have. It makes you kind of feel bad for Walter, you know? He didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve what he's had to go through. But he, and that's why I said again, Chad, that Silent Hill 4 is all about Walter. This whole game is all about Walter and his life and his memories and his experiences. Henry, the person that we play as, we're just the unlucky dude who decides to live in room 302, and then we see all this stuff happen because we live there. So that is why our room 302 is connected to all of this. It's because Walter has a connection to the room. He was born in room 302 by his mother, who then ditched him and left the room with him and his umbilical cord stuck with him. Very crazy to think about, but yeah, like that's what happened. That is essentially what happened. Also, now we can go to every room. And this is the part of the game where we can actually learn a lot more about the sort of residents who lived here. Interesting wallpaper in this room. It's almost like hypnotic circles. Wait, sorry, what did that say? It says, my darling's number. And there are some numbers that look like a phone number. Will you press these numbers? Not yet. Oh, portable medkit. Yes. It's a nurse's uniform. The name on it says Rachel. That's what that frickin' weird pervert guy was mentioning in room 301. The guy who was reading the P word magazines. No elaboration needed. So this is Rachel's office. So Rachel is a nurse. It's very suspicious because in Silent Hill 2, there is also mention of a nurse called Rachel, which have led people to think is... And that nurse Rachel is the one that Laura gave the letter to. No, Mary gave the letter to Laura about the stuff that happened there. Which means people have tried to connect if that is if that's the same nurse from Silent Hill 2 that they mention. I don't think it's confirmed, but it is weird that they do share the same name and that they're both nurses. But could be. So that's Rachel's room. Who's here? Oh, wait a minute. There are lots of records and music magazines on the shelves. Ah, this is the music guy. It's a big speaker. Notice how the speaker is literally in the wall. This is the music guy. So if you guys see sometimes when I look out the window, it's below Richard's room, Richard Braintree's room. There's this guy that sometimes plays a freaking guitar and he's like rocking it out. That's this guy's room. That's this guy's room. Yeah. He's a huge music fan. I like how the environment of these rooms also just tell the story, you know, with all the music records, and it means and it shows in a way that Walter sort of knew the residents, because it means that, you know, since Walter Sullivan has and was born in room 302 in South Ashfield Heights, it kind of makes sense that as a child he may have, you know, came back to this place to maybe sort of find answers to his own existence in a way, you know, if you know what I mean. So he would have came here a lot in his life. Hence, he's made a world out of South Ashfield Heights. So he would probably know a lot of information about, like, the people who lived here. You know? I don't think there's anything here. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. Is there anything else here? I don't think so. Okay. Right, so that's this side. So again, chat, a lot of big revelations, okay? So, the biggest revelations, you know, Walter Sullivan is the one doing these killings. He has the power of Silent Hill. You know, he's killing these people as part of the ritual. We now know what the numbers mean. It means that he's trying to kill 21 people. We now know that Walter was born in room 302, the room that we are staying in. He was born in that room. He was abandoned by his parents. And so that's why he has that lack of motherly bond. And so that's why, you know, when we saw Walter earlier talking about Eileen, you know, in his voice you could tell that he really sort of envies people who have that sort of nice life or luxury life or that normal motherly relationship that he never got to have. It's really, you know, unfortunate to think about. You know, he is the villain of this game, but when you really think deeply about it, you kind of can understand where he's coming from with that idea that, you know, he doesn't have and he's never had any sort of love from a motherly figure in his life. But again, you then have to pose the question, how does this relate to the ritual that he's doing? Does it have a link? Also, I should have put the notes so I could read it, but it's okay. I need to store my health pack. Also, I need to put the chaos placard in. Anything outside a door? Also, another thing that's going to happen, chat, is we saw earlier the haunting with like the head, Andrew DeSalvo's head, literally floating through our window. So that's a haunting, and soon we're going to start to get a lot of hauntings in our room. So a lot of pretty bad stuff is going to happen, which in a way you could say means that Walter is getting closer to our room, to his birth room essentially. So we're going to be starting to see a lot of hauntings possibly in our room that we need to deal with. Right, I saved, I'm gonna go back. Also, hold on, I need to charge my laptop. Yep, connected, perfect. Okay. Let's go back. I do need to go back to Rachel's room because of that phone thing. I think that's part of a puzzle, possibly. I think. Don't quote me, but I think. Right, let's go to the other side. And let's see what else we find. Okay, we found a dog. No dog. Oh no, is there a ghost here? Oh, wait, no, there's flies. Fuck. No! Ow. No. 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 Goodbye. Again, these like flying creatures, chat, they sound like flies when they fly. They flap their wings like it's a frickin' moth, and then they sound like bats when they die. Crazy combinations of things. Okay, this is a very empty, open-spaced room. This, I don't think has anything. No? I don't think so. Okay, I'm gonna leave. Okay, that was a waste. 103. Who's here? Okay, another open spaced room. I don't mind. I like open spaces. Nothing here. Okay. Okay, nothing on this side. Oh, there's a light. The cordless fluorescent is giving off an eerie glow. Who's afraid of a light? Come on. Oh, hold up. Whoa, 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 hold up. There was an empty room here. Is there an item I could get? Item? Interesting, this place literally looks like a solitary confinement room. Does anybody else see it with the, like, way the walls look? It kind of looks like that padding that you would find in... in a solitary confinement room. Right, where is this? Is this also empty? Oh shit. Slugs. Honestly, I could see these things being cute until you then squash on them and ruin their lives and snuff out their lives. It smells terrible. Oh, I know what this room is. Okay. Kitty fans, I'm gonna have to make trigger warning to anyone who owns a cat. The furniture seems to be covered with some kind of animal hair. So this room was owned by an old lady, or I guess still is. This room is owned by an old lady, and she owned a cat in her room. Okay? Here's where the bad part comes in. So we have a filthy fridge. Open it? Yes. It's wrapped up in these torn, bloody jeans. It's the body of a dead cat. There's a torn red paper in one of the pockets. And you have a red paper too. Oh wait, can we combine these? So one day, and this relates to another person who lives in the apartment. Because there is someone else in the apartment complex who is an absolute gun fanatic. And one day, I think it was deliberate, he shot this old lady's cat dead. And that's what this is representing. Dead cat wrapped up in a fridge. So sad. Rip cat. We'll never know their name. We'll never know their name. But that's the law with that room attendant. Old lady who just wanted a life with their pet cat. Their cat then gets shot dead. And it's GG's for the cat. It's a model gun. It's totally useless as a weapon. Oh, wait. It's this guy's... Oh my god, they lived right next to each other. No wonder. This is the guy. This is the room of the guy who did this. Look at this guy. All the guns here are just models. This guy owned a ton of guns and was an absolute gun fanatic. And then one day he just shot the cat dead. Either deliberately or by accident, but something tells me it was deliberate. Nothing but books about guns. But one of these magazines has something written on the back cover. My eyes and skin are so itchy. That stupid cat next door made my allergy go crazy. Oh my god, he has cat allergies? What does he do? He decides to fucking kill the cat dead. What the fuck? Bro, that's not your fault that you have allergy. That's not the cat's fault that you have allergies. That's your fault you have allergies. Wow, what an evil douchebag. I was so pissed off I took my converted model gun and blasted it away at the thing. At point blank range. It was way cool. The thing just dropped like a stone. By the way, that revolver that Richard in 207 carries, it's the real thing. That guy's dangerous. What an evil guy. He enjoyed killing a cat? Jail. Absolute jail time. Very interesting there, he says at the end. He mentions Richard Braintree. He mentions that he's a dangerous guy. So the gun fanatic says that Richard is a dangerous guy? And now we already saw that one cutscene in Building World where Richard literally pointed a gun point blank at little Walter in that cutscene. So Richard Braintree is definitely someone who I guess you could say is pretty popular with the residents of this place. That's so annoying. I hate that. What a terrible person. Gun fanatic kills an old woman's cat. That is sickening. That's so evil. It's not fair. Right, like we actually, you know what? I'm gonna place these notes to save inventory space. I'm gonna put these notes under my door. Again, I hope everyone is following on with this story and are enjoying this playthrough so far. Again, this is a very interesting horror game. I like it because of how much you can talk about it, and it's very in-depth. And the story's really good for this one. Very unique too, in the way they do things. Wait, no, wrong room. This is my room. Wait, no. How do I... Yeah, there we go. Boom. Okay. Now I'm going to continue with... Also, Eileen is here. Eileen... Hold on. I'll try and save you. Right, whose is this room? Who lives here? I actually don't know. They had like teacups out and like model Dalmatian dog sculptures. Maybe they're the art type. I actually don't know. Actually, no, because there already is an artist in this place who lives here, and we'll get to the artist later. Okay, there's nothing here. Interesting, we have the keys to all of the rooms in the apartment, but our key does not work on Eileen's room. That's not good. Walter is getting closer to Eileen. Ow. You idiots. Right, who lives here? Who is here? Oh! I think this is... Yeah! This is the gamer! Chat, so those of you who don't know, in this apartment complex, there's a gamer who lives here. Like a proper gamer, a 2000s gamer. This is his room. You see consoles here? There are a lot of old video game machines lying around. Wait, what does that say? What's that? It's a cassette tape. The label says Skinned Mike. Again, Mike was that one dude who's next to us, who is a weird guy and a disgusting pervert porn magazine reader. Skinned Mike. Why does this guy have a tape recorder for that? I could listen to it on the stereo in my room. Also, there's a ghost. They're all books about computers and electronics. So this guy was a gamer and like an IT nerd, which makes sense. So this is his room. What is here? What is here? Anything here? Ooh. What? Is there anything here? No? Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Wait, anything here? No? Okay, I'm leaving. Stop! No! Ow. Right. This room. Who lives here? I hear something in here. Whose this? Oh, there are lots of kids' toys lying around. Okay, so this is the room owned by the kids. Also nice sweepies. Enjoy. This is... So there's a room that we can actually see from our apartment window of like an apartment with like a lot of children. So this is one of these rooms. So this is one of the rooms. There's something in that room. What the fuck? Oh my god. Dog? Dog could fit in here? Crazy. You can tell it's also their room too, because like look at the bunk beds. So yeah, this is the apartment with the kids. With all the kids. Okay, this guy's stuck. Dedge. Right, so this is the kids' room. Got it. There's a big family living here. A ton of kids. These fucking dogs, man, are actually gonna kill me. Holy shit. I may actually have to leave. Oh, this is Richard's room. Walter was in this room, pointing at Eileen's room from here. However, because Richard is dead, this is the gun Richard was using. Take Richard's revolver. New gun. We have the revolver now. And now we can get revolver bullets too at some point. So again, for those of you who don't know, Richard Braintree, one of our neighbors that we've seen before, was the 19th victim in the ritual. He represents chaos in the 21 Sacraments. He died by electric chair. Very gruesome. I would say his death is the most gruesomest. In terms of, like, visually seeing him die. He's 19 out of 21. There's men's bloody underwear and a torn shirt sleeve in the garbage. Oh. So this is Richard's room. Or Walter's recreation of Richard's room. His golf club looks like a putter. I don't really care about the golf clubs. I'm not going to pick those up. Is there anything else, though? I guess there isn't. Okay. Right. No! Okay. I need to heal. I genuinely need to heal, so I'm gonna head back. And you know what? We can head back and I'm gonna read the notes that we got, since we can go back now and heal. I still need to do the Rachel phone call thing. I don't know what I need to do for that, so maybe that's why I'm gonna explore all of the apartments first. Again, thank you everyone for being here, for those of you who are here. And again, hope you guys are enjoying the story playthrough. Right, heal me room. Chat, we are soon going to lose the ability to also heal. So, I gotta be so careful. Oh, otherwise this game, my save file could be fucked. Because a lot of stuff is going to start to happen in this room now. As I mentioned, there will be hauntings going on as Walter tries to get close to his goals and ambitions with whatever he has planned for this room. Okay, Eileen, we don't see her. She's not there. I can also store some stuff. So, I want to store the revolver and some bullets. I think that should be enough. Also, we have a cassette tape we can now use.
And next, we'll be taking a look at...
Oh, hold on. Wait, I need to interact with this, actually. Use this. You put the skinned mic cassette into the stereo.
How do you like that, sick little freak? You had it coming to you. His clothes are disgusting. Get him out of my sight. I know.
Oh, you guys can't hear it very well.
Jumping around again? Get your ass out of here before you really piss me off.
Hold it. I think I'll keep that one to myself. Hold it. I think I'll keep
Oh, you
that
guys
one.
cannot hear that, can you? Well, damn. Okay. Well, that failed. But essentially what that cassette tape was showing, or you could hear, was like... You could hear Richard Braintree in that cutscene, or in that tape. And the lore with what happened with Mike, which is basically our room next door on this side, who has the porno magazines and trying to hit up with Rachel and whatnot. So he's a clearly ewy, weird guy. Do you know what Richard did to him when he found all this stuff out? He literally stripped and beat Mike to a pulp. Like, even with bloodshed and stuff. He beat that a person up. So much so that blood, you know, was everywhere and stuff. And, like, they even stripped his clothes off. You could hear another lady in the background say, "Oh, I could wrap the body in that." That's the old lady with the dead cat, chat. That's why in that fridge we saw in her room, the cat was wrapped in like jeans. That was Mike's jeans. This apartment complex is crazy. It has some crazy lore. It has some very normal people and then just some really weird people and interesting people. That's why you don't want to mess with Richard. I guess he can beat you up. It doesn't matter now, he's dead. Also, let's read our red diaries now. There's a torn red paper stuck. Again, Joseph giving us lore. Giving us information through these notes. I lost the key to Eileen Galvin's room. I've got to find it and bring it back. Let me think. The last place I saw it was... Zero here, and I can't read the rest of it. I think we have the other ripped piece. Oh yeah! I had a really wicked headache that day and just collapsed on the bed. Maybe if I look near the bed in my room, 302's bedroom, I'll find it. I get headaches every day now. It's terrible. What am I going to do? So this note was clearly written in a time when Joseph was like in that state where he couldn't leave his room. He was having nightmares, he was having headaches. You know, again, Walter doing this stuff to Joseph. And most likely, Walter got Joseph, maybe even as part of the ritual. So maybe Joseph, the previous owner of this room, was someone who was involved, who got maybe too close to Walter Sullivan. And so Walter decided, you're going to be my next target in this ritual. Excuse me, oh my god. What the fuck came into my mouth? To be honest, I've been yapping so much. It makes sense. My throat needs to... my throat decides to explode. Oh my goodness, sorry. Oh my goodness. But yeah. Because Joseph was getting so close to Walter in his investigation, most likely Walter was like, yeah, I don't want anyone stopping this. You gotta go. And so Walter may have killed Joseph as part of the ritual to stop him. Which is why, you know, people say, you know, Joseph disappeared. No one else found him ever again in his room. I picked up the key that Eileen from room 303 must have dropped. I thought I'd return it, but she wasn't home. I guess I'll give it to the super. Okay, so he could actually still access his room, but he may have been showing signs that something was bad about to happen with the headaches and whatnot. Oh, okay. I think I've healed. I have healed. I'm gonna save. I haven't saved in a long time. And now we continue. We keep going. Right, so apparently Eileen's bedroom key is next to us. It's literally in our room. I'm not going to do that yet, though, because that's going to end this section of the game, but I do have more things I want to explore and show you guys, so that's why I'm going to go back. I think there's more stuff that we can do. We didn't do the other side of, I think, second floor. I think. Yeah, I don't think we did, so we're gonna do that. This way. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we haven't been on this side. Right, let's see. Let's see who's here. Oh? Is that beer? Is that alcohol? Kitchen is... okay, I can access the kitchen. Plenty of cooking tools, but there's nothing I need right now. Oh, this room is really cornered off. Okay. Nothing much over here, then. I guess I'll leave. Oh. Ghosts. Oh, they're gonna interfere with me. Again, they can enter the walls. Who's here? It's a can of bug spray. Effective against certain enemies. Oh, this is a weapon. There's an unopened bottle in the box. Bottle of what? Wait, bottle of what, though? Oh, okay. Look at all these empty bottles. Phew, that old alcohol's That old alcohol smell. Oh, okay. So this is the drunkard's room. So, typical, not surprised. This place had some guy who was overly drunk. A drunkard, oh my god, I can't speak. A drunk addict. Yeah. It's a bloodstained shirt. There's a torn red paper in the pocket. Oh, yes. Give it to me. Thank you. More lore from Joseph that we can get. Okay, I'm leaving. Is there another room here? Oh, there is. Okay. 2 more rooms, chat. Yes, okay, so I was waiting to show you guys this room. This, chat, is the painter's room. This is the painter's room. So this guy has... And I guess in Walter's world, this painter just, I guess, drew everyone in the apartment. It's a painting of a young man. The memo says 107. He listens to great music, but I feel sorry for him, having to live under Braintree. So this was the music guy. It's a painting of 2 adults and a lot of children. So this is the room with the ton of kids. The memo says 206. How can they even sleep with so many noisy kids? Besides that, they have to live next to Braintree. Everyone has this thing with Braintree. I feel like after his death, we learn a lot more about Braintree as a person in this place. We've had it mentioned by the gun addict who said that he's dangerous. We had Braintree literally beat up Mike, the pervert. And now this painter guy also mentions stuff about Braintree in sort of a condescending way, saying, oh, they have to live next to Braintree. It's a painting of a man holding a brush. And it says 202. Self-portrait. It's very hard to tell any details on the picture, but... Oh, yeah, I can zoom in a little bit. It's a painting of a nurse. On the memo, it says 106. My beautiful darling. Lately, she's been bothered by a stalker. AKA Mike? Ah, so the painter was in a relationship with Rachel. This is Rachel. Ah. Who's this? Oh my goodness, that picture looks scary. There's nothing painted yet. Oh, wait, no, what's this? It's a painting of a plump woman. The memo says 204. She's always eating something. But I wish my girlfriend liked to cook like her. Don't know if you've been to that room yet. It's a painting of an old couple. The memo says 304. 304. Have we been there? That's on our floor. A nice, sweet old couple. See, there's like some people here which are nice and normal, and then others which are weird, like a stalker or a gamer. I mean, gamers aren't weird. I mean, you know what I mean, like much more specific traits for some of these people. Oh, I think this is the one with the cat. It's a painting of a woman holding a cat. The member says 102. She loves cats too much and missed her chance to get married. I kind of felt sorry for her while she was mourning for one of her dead cats. Ugh, yeah. So sad. I love this chat. Do you know why? Because it gives context to something which is meaningless. I'm telling you right now, and this may seem condescending, but the average horror gamer would probably not even care about small details like these. I love it when games have small details like these that you can explore, which are optional too. It helps you to get to learn your environment, you know? The more you learn your environment, the more you get to attach yourself with the game that you're playing, right? It's a very nice, cool thing. It's a painting of a man drinking alcohol, so this is the drunk dude that we just saw. That we just went through in his room. 203. He's so noisy. I wish he would stop all that drinking and fighting. Typical drunk type. Ah, this is Braintree. This must be Richard Braintree. The memo says 207. Braintree. That prick. He's always yelling at kids, especially that weird one that hangs around, aka Walter Sullivan. We now know that he's referencing Walter Sullivan here. So he was the type of person who would be aggressive to kids. You don't say. But he took Mike into his apartment and peeled his skin off. So he's my hero. So like, because bro beat up his girlfriend's stalker, he likes the guy and he's his hero. Crazy world. It's a painting of a man with a gun. This is the gun owner who shot the old lady's cat dead. 101. A gun maniac. He's always coughing from his cat allergy. Bro, why didn't you just move if you have the allergy there? It's a painting of a man holding a porno magazine. This is the guy. This is Mike. 301. That perverted stalker. He got what he deserved. This must be the superintendent. 105. Sunderland, the superintendent. The super mistakenly thought that Mike was Rachel's lover. Ouch. Must be the guy who plays video games. 205. He's always shut in his room. It looks like he has lots of weird interests. Damn, is he calling gaming a weird interest? What? I heard he tape recorded Mike getting beaten up by Richard. Okay, that is weird. That's kind of weird. I don't know what you want to do with that information. Kind of sus. Also, look at this guy. Look at the gamer guy. Bro has muscles. Unless that's not muscles and that's just fat. Although, you can actually kind of see like the muscle fibers in his skin contorting. Damn. He was a gamer and he was built. Sheesh. Again, pretty cool thing there, where you get to learn a bit about the law. Oh, this is the room with the phone. Okay, I know what I need to do now for that Rachel phone. I need to go to this room. 202. Got it. I want to do that. I want to see what happens. I've forgotten what happens when we do that. Right, this is the last room we have to check, chat. And there's bad things. Okay. Okay. The writing is all blurry. I can't read it. Okay, this is a waste room. Oh my god. Nope. Holy shit. That is a terrible room. Okay. So chat, that is every room that we have now checked in Apartment World. Again, Walter Sullivan's manifested mind of his interpretation of this place. Also, hold on, I saw a weird looking piece of paper. Hold up. That looked weird. Do you interact with that? Huh, okay, never mind. That looked interactable. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a very quick thing. There's something we can do in Rachel's room. If we go... 107, I think it was. Hopefully, I got the right one. No, this is the music guy. I'm pretty sure it's on this side. I think. Yes. This is Rachel's room. Okay, so we can do this little thing here. It says, "My darling," and there are some numbers that look like a phone number. Will you press these numbers? Okay, telephone goes off. Got it? We go back and we go to... That's why I didn't do it then, chat. Otherwise, this whole time of explaining things, you would be hearing a non-stop telephone sound ringing, which I guess would suck. I don't think you guys want to hear that constantly. But hey, now we know whose room that is. I wonder what it does. If it does anything. Pick it up. Yes. There's no one there. Wait, are we serious? Wait, that's it? Okay, that was a waste. Okay, great. I thought something would happen. Okay. Unless, if I go back to that room, does something change? Maybe? I actually want to check that. Also, I think there's something in here too. There are the tenants' lockers. There are numbers 101 through 304. I swear you're looking at something. Wait, is there really nothing here? Really? I thought there was something in here. It looks like he's staring at a specific point in there. Oh well. Oh, there's Steve Garland. One of the ghosts again. That's like... I think there's like a few ghosts' names I remember. This one is Steve Garland. This guy owned a pet store. And then Walter just shot him dead. And we've actually been to his pet store. In Building World. That's his law. Wait, no. Oh, wrong room. No. Other way. Yes. I want to see if anything's changed. Okay, there's a ghost. I did that. Okay, now I can't even interact with that. What? Well, shit, okay. Okay. Do I have any notes I need to give? I do. Okay. So, we are about to be done with building, well, not with building, with apartment world. We just need to get the key to Eileen's room, which apparently is next to our bed in our room. So, again, I wanted to explore all the rooms just to check everything, but also it's a nice place because you get to learn a little bit about your surroundings and the context of this apartment, and you get to understand what was going on. And you know, it kind of does relate to Walter because, again, it looks like a lot of the neighbors in this apartment complex knew about Walter. They knew about little kid Walter when he was coming to visit this place near his room. Walter just has a very deep connection with this room. Which is why, you know, since, you know, he was born here and then abandoned by his parents as a kid, which again is just terrible. L parents, you know? Right. And notes. I have a note that I can read. Also heal. I need to be healed. Even on easy, they actually hurt a ton. God, I am kind of scared for how second half of this game is going to go, because spoiler alert, the second half of this game is why everyone doesn't really like this game. They look too hard on the mechanics and gameplay style for this game. And second half of Silent Hill 4 is bad, and even on my first playthrough, I didn't enjoy it. So that's why I'm on easy, and I'm gonna hope that we have a better experience this time, since I have more experience. Right, this is the last red paper we're gonna get from Joseph that we got from, like, all over Apartment World. It's so bloody it's hard to read. Rachel, love you, always. Watching. Window. Protect you. Is love. Mike. Never mind, this is not Joseph's, this is Mike's. Disgusting. Ew. Gross. No. Right. Let's check up on Eileen. Let's see how Eileen's doing. I still cannot see Eileen. I'm sure that's not a problem. Let's check our front door. Nothing. To be fair, I don't really... I could drop that, actually. Apartment keys doesn't matter because, like, we literally need to get Eileen's key. Right, let's go to my bedroom. Because my bedroom apparently has... For some reason, I have Eileen's key right next to my bed. This whole time. There's something on the ground. Will you take it? Yes. You got the doll key. Key with a girl's doll keychain attached. Figure 3 is engraved on it. The doll looks very similar to the one that Walter had when we saw him earlier. You can also pick up the doll that he says he can give you. If you pick up that doll, you get more hauntings. Which honestly, it could be a good thing to have to just show the hauntings, I guess. But you know what? F it. I'll get it. I'll get it. I can show you guys more of the creepy hauntings that happen in this room, because they can feel very stressful and haunting when they do happen. And they have some variety to it as well. So I can actually, I can get that. Right. Enter the hole. Yes. We can now save Eileen. Right? Do you think she's still alive? Do you think Walter has already gotten her? He was on the stairs and then bro disappeared afterwards. Leave. Okay, I'm gonna get... I'm gonna get the doll. Oh no, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. Does it, chat? Right, shabby doll. More hauntings, let's go. More creepiness. Let's go. Okay. Eileen? Are you okay? Do you need help?
Thanks. Did you find your mommy? This place? It's dangerous. You need to hurry. Get out of here.
We were too late! We were too late! No! Or is it too late? So again, it's crazy that Walter has now literally killed our neighbor. His power is getting closer to this room. And she had 20 on it. She's supposed to be the 20th victim. I think you guys can deduce who 21 is gonna be in this. I think you guys can make a guess on who number 21 needs to be in this ritual. I think you guys know. If you've been paying attention. Eileen. Oh, there goes the ambulance. She is gonna go to the hospital. She's clearly not dead. Now, here's the thing. She's not dead at first sight, because clearly they're taking her to an ambulance to the hospital. So maybe there could be a chance that she survives. Also, it is now nighttime in South Ashfield Heights. But yeah, that's apartment world, everyone. That's number 20 so far. And look at that. That wasn't there before. What's this? There is something growing on the wall. Walter is getting close. Oh, welcome in, Ash. Oh, you know how it is. We're continuing the story playthrough. So much has happened. I'd highly recommend to watch the VODs if you've missed out on stuff. For anyone in for that matter too, because a lot's been happening. If we look here now, I think...
So they took the victim to St. Jerome's, huh?
Yeah, she's not gonna make it. She had numbers.
It's looking at me!
Walter Sullivan copycat. Round 3, huh?
Well, they never got the scumbag behind round 2 a few years back. Maybe it's the same guy.
What if 1, 2, and 3? What if they're all the same guy?
What the hell are you talking about? You know Sullivan killed himself. The weird thing is, there were no clues. Crime scenes were always spotless. No fingerprints, no fibers, nothing. Just the numbers. 20121. I've been a cop for a long time, but I never seen a case like this one. It's almost like they were killed by a ghost or something.
A ghost, you say? We already know what's going on now at this point. Yeah, it is a ghost. A ghost with Silent Hill powers. Also, yeah, this thing now stares at us and will forever stare at us every time we look back into this thing. It wasn't positioned like this before. I remember a long time ago, I think on a creepy Easter egg video in my childhood I saw, they mentioned this as a thing that it will then stare at you, and I think this creeped me out a ton when I saw it for the first time as a kid. Literally dead straight at us. And it kind of looks like it has blood on its cheek. Shit's getting serious. Also, Ember, no worries. To be honest, I am going to be ending stream soon now too, because I'd say this is the point where I'd want to stop for today. Because we are at the halfway point of Silent Hill 4. Another red note. Also, a card is over there. There's a scrap of red paper stuck here. Right. I don't think I can protect myself. He's truly insane. I can't hold on any longer. His power can't be measured. I was so scared today that I sealed off the back of the storage room. I wonder if Eileen Galvin is okay. She has no idea what's going on. But she's in danger, nevertheless. July 13th. Yeah, it's too late, buddy. Walter got her. Also, we have this. There's some kind of strange paper stuck in here. Will you take it? Yes. You got the Succubus Talisman. A card with some kind of frightening demon on it. The Succubus. Chow, what is a succubus, like, known for? Isn't that the, like, demons which are, like, sort of seductive? In a way? Isn't it that sort of demon? It's very interesting that we have a seductor or seductress card. I don't know if that relates to anything related to Walter. I don't know. I don't feel like seductiveness is a trait of his. Hold on one sec. There's one more thing I want to do before I end stream today. But yeah, we are, chat, on the halfway mark. We're near to the second half of the game. Right. If we check our front door. Now, notice there's not another handprint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There is still only 19 handprints. If Eileen died, the 20th handprint would appear. So that means she's not dead yet. Somehow, she's still alive. And do you know why? Because we saw little Walter in that cutscene with Eileen at the end there, right? We saw little Walter. Eileen said that, said to the kid, you should run away. She was like, thanks, kid. So maybe little Walter, because remember, little Walter is sort of a manifestation of, like, the innocence, the last bit of, like, innocence left in Walter Sullivan's mind from his childhood, manifested as a young kid version of himself in these worlds. So young Walter literally was the MVP and saved Eileen in a way from fatality in a way. She's still badly hurt, right? But little Walter sort of intervened in ghost evil Walter's plans. Oh no, my door is being knocked. Oh nah, I hate that. Did you hear those? Remember, Walter knocked on Eileen's door last time, and then stuff happened. Oh, Walter is getting close, guys. He is getting close. But here's what we need to do now. It's some kind of stain. Come to think of it, it also looks like an evil demon. Like a succubus? You used the succubus talisman. Aha. So here's the thing, chat. Remember that hole in our bathroom? You remember that bathroom? Right? That we've been always going to those worlds from? Well, if we try to go back... It's now sealed. The hole is blocked. It is now sealed. We cannot go through that way now. And if we go here and read this, there's some stuff here. And if you look very closely, we have some indentations on the wall. And if you have been paying attention, you will recognize that these indentations are the placards that we've been getting throughout the game. That one is watchfulness. That one I think is source? Or that one? That one's chaos. So this is where we start using those things that we have gotten in the past. And then we have this writing. What the hell? After he did the ritual of the Holy Assumption, other worlds began to force their way into his universe, and it began to swell horribly. But his universe is different than ours. It has limits. And in the limits of that universe, he rules as a king. And in the deepest part of his kingdom is his mother. So, after he did the ritual of the Holy Assumption, other worlds began to force their way into his universe, and it began to swell. So, what it says after he did the ritual of the Holy Assumption, that's in reference to him killing the 10 people, okay? And then he killed himself as part of the ritual to then become a ghost and have the powers of Silent Hill. Other worlds began to force their way into his universe, and it began to swell. So this is referencing, Forest World, Subway World, the worlds that he has been making to kill the remaining people in the 21 Sacraments ritual. He's referring to that. But his universe is different than ours. It has limits. And in the limits of that universe, he rules as king. So it's basically giving the idea, chat, that in a way, Walter has sort of like god-level powers. He has the powers of Silent Hill. Okay? He can manifest worlds from his mind, because that's what the town of Silent Hill is about. When you go to Silent Hill, if you have the certain characteristics and, criteria, you can then summon a world based upon your mind. And I love that it says in this description that, he rules as a king. I would go as far to say he's a god at this point, It's crazy to think about. But here's the interesting part. In the deepest part of his kingdom is his mother. And this is essentially the plot fully completed for what Walter wants to do. Walter Sullivan, chat, because remember, he was an orphan. When he got born in room 302, he didn't get to see his mother. He didn't get to have that motherly bond, As soon as he was born in 302, his parents abandoned him. And so he was motherless. He was parentless. He was an orphan. He then got taken to the orphanage. He learned about the cult. He was indoctrinated into the cult as a young kid. At the same time, he would make trips to South Ashfield, okay, to try and go back to his room. Because, of course, he was born here, and he wanted, like, I guess, answers in a way. But there's another reason why he also came back to his room, okay? But every time he had the opportunity to, Walter would come back to room 302. He would try to get into this room, but he would be denied. You know, Braintree, for example, would try and bug him off. Everyone found the kid a little bit weird, right? So, as this happened, the cult sort of saw that this is what Walter was doing, and in a sneaky sort of way to try and coerce Walter into following the cult's teachings, kind of bribed him, young Walter, into learning about the ritual of the Holy Mother and the descent of the Holy Mother and the 21 sacraments and basically this ritual that he's doing. This ritual that he's doing, the whole point of Walter Sullivan's plan to do this ritual is that he wants to reunite with his mother. That's all he wants to do. But here's the weird part. He believes that this room, 302, in and of itself, is his mother. Which I know sounds very crazy, but that is his motivation. He is trying to enter this room by killing people and doing a ritual just so that he can get to this room, who he thinks this whole room is his mother, like the room itself, because of the fact that, remember, he was born here, right? That's his whole plan. Oh, maybe Shun, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. You've actually caught us at the end of stream. We are going to be ending soon, but welcome, welcome. We'll be doing a Silent Hill 4 story playthrough. A lot to talk about, but I hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday. I just need to do one more thing. So remember these placards that we've been getting? We can now use that on this thing. Thank you, Swapies. Also, it's okay, Swapies. I know you're here. I know you're here. Don't worry. I appreciate you lurking. You don't have to always let me know. I appreciate it. But yeah, we are going to be ending soon, because I do want to stop at this point, because we are going to reach the second half of this game at this point, and I'd rather leave that for next stream, or the next time we do this. Watchfulness is inscribed into the depression. So we need to now put these placards in here. So this was Andrew DeSalvo. Watchfulness. Yeah, put that in. Which one is this? Oh, this is Temptation. Temptation is inscribed. This is Cynthia. This was Cynthia. This was literally the beginning with Cynthia. Which means this one is Source. This was Jasper. And then this one was Chaos. Richard Braintree. And boom. We have another hole. And now this is the hole that we're going to be going through a lot for the remainder of this game. So, for the second half of this game, we're going to be going through here. And that's where I basically want to end. I don't need to remind. I just like to give useless info.
Can't handle the cold?
Oh, Oh, Shun, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Hold on. Anyways, so like I came from YouTube Shorts like about a month ago. So your OC and my artist brain when I need to draw that. I wanted to ask what you think of it because I can make it into a PNG tuber. I mean, I'm already a PNG tuber. This is my PNG tuber. Didn't want to do the PNG tubering if you didn't like it. Whoa. Oh, hold on, I'm overwhelmed. Hold on. I wanted to ask what you think of it because I can make it into a PNG tuber. For yourself? Or for me? I can check it out. I mean, it looks very cool. Thank you. But I'm gonna be honest. Personally, I'm not looking for stuff like that. I love it. Okay, I definitely love it, but I'm not at the moment interested in sort of upgrading at the moment. And also, like, this model means a lot to me because I literally drew it. This is literally something I drew myself. So I don't really have any plans of sort of changing it. It looks really cool. I really like it. I like that you gave a sort of facial expression or like a sort of facial structure for me. But again, I'm gonna be very real. I'm not into the thing of. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not into the thing of people suggesting that, hey. Now, how do I say this in a more kind of way? I've had people in the past only follow my streams because they want to promote, like, their VTubing services or their emoting services because that's all they care for. That used to be a lot. That's something I used to see a lot of. People would try to buddy up with me and then say, oh, I could upgrade your stream setup and this and that for, you know, a price and something. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of hate that shit. And that's why in my rules for stream, I don't allow self-promoting. But it's just because of that. It's just because of I've had that experience in the past. That's why I'm not really into, like, changing anything at the moment. So I didn't mean to. No. See, now I feel bad that I mentioned it. I mention it because it's just something that's happened to me before. People have come by and just done that, and I kind of find that condescending. But again, I really love it, but I'm not in the position where I feel like I want to change. I kind of have my own plans for that, if you understand what I mean. But I would definitely say you could, you know, experiment with that for fun, you know? Because again, it does look very cool. I appreciate it. But I don't. I'm not, like... I'm not in the position where I feel like I need to change anything. If that makes any sense. So I understand. I'm glad you like Ezra. It is! It's very cool. I like it. I appreciate the effort. And that should not go unwasted. Because it is a very good piece of art. Again, we love artists in our community. We have a lot of artists. So thank you. And also thank you for coming by from the YouTube Shorts. That actually means a lot. We've obviously been very much grinding on that. We actually reached 200 subs recently. So I appreciate you from coming from the YouTube. It really means a lot. Hope you like the content. But yeah, I'm not too much into changing things at the moment, if that makes any sense. So yeah. But with that, guys, I am going to be ending stream. I do need to go. I have been talking so much. I've been a total yapper for, again, a game that I really like. It's this horror game, really good story, a lot to dissect and piece together. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too. My guess is that we'll probably come back to this on Wednesday because we have plans for the next few streams. So, no, Shun, no. My uncomfort is because I've been talking a lot. I even like was coughing earlier because I've been talking so much. That's why I have pain. It's not. Please do not think that it's, you know, because of you. Please, no. Please don't take it in the wrong way what I said. I just said it because I've experienced it before. That it's just from my personal experience, which is why I don't care about changing anything at the moment. That's why. Please don't feel bad, because I'm gonna feel bad now too. That's not my intention. But yeah, I feel like I do need to rest my voice. I've been yapping so much. Hope you guys enjoyed the Silent Hill 4 playthrough. Tomorrow is SCP Sunday. We'll be doing SCPs. We'll be going over more SCPs. Ember wants me to look at a specific one. So we're going to be looking at that one first. But yeah, we'll be looking at those. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. And I'll speak to you guys tomorrow for SCP Sunday. Go watch the new video, it's on YouTube.